How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the channel. This is Big Day Dave, and this is a very special live stream. I'm so excited. We've got a lot going on here tonight. I can't wait to announce it. I see there's a whole bunch of activity there in the chat. We're going to rip through it real quick, and then I'm going to explain why this is such a special stream here tonight. So, let's get started off right with Rail Fanning. Jonah says, Doctor, cancel my surgery. BDD is going live at 9:30. Yes. Jonah, if you're going to get surgery, go get surgery. You know what? Just a good general piece of advice. If anybody's out there needing to do something important, put me on the back burner. Put the stream on the back burner. Go ahead. It's fine. I will be here the next time. Good looking out for you, Jonah. Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Bradford, how you doing tonight? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says, were you having brie? Oh, that's not nice. LOL. Jody, how's it going, Jody? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Philippa says, hi, Jody. And Jody says, hi. Philippa, how are you doing tonight? Hope you're having a fantastic night so far. And says, hi, BDD Gaming. Let's see. Jody says, how's everyone doing tonight? Doing fantastic. So excited about the stream tonight. Philippa says, good. Thank you, Jody. Jody says, let's do some farming on the best game out there. 100%. And Philippa coming in strong before the stream even started with a $1 super chat. Philippa, thank you so very, very much for the super chat. Greatly, greatly appreciate it. Bradford says, T-minus 10 minutes if on time. Bradford, one thing that I am is punctual. I will do everything I possibly can to make sure that we get going on time. Jody says, how are you doing, buddy? I'm doing fantastic. Ken, how you doing? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says, hey, guys. And Will T Gaming, let's go. Says the 4-month member for the BDD Farm Hands. Thank you, Will, so very, very much. Jody says, hi, Will T Gaming. Will says, what up, everyone? And Jody! Ken with a 4-month member chat says, how time flies when you're having fun. 100%. Time is flying by. Jody then says, let's get, let the good crow. I think that's supposed to be good times roll, maybe? Bradford said, peaceful, easy farming. Absolutely, gotta love it. Get the whole kind of woo-saw going. Ken then says, yo, Will, and everyone. Will then says, Ken, what up? Benji, how you doing, Benji? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Benji says, good evening, everyone. Will says, Benji. Ken says, hey, Benji. Also, let's go. Jody, is everyone ready for Farming Simulator 25? Oh, Jody, so ready. So ready. Jody then says, good day. Awesome, bud. All right, so we have gotten through all the super chats, and we are at the point now where I can go ahead and fill you in on why this is going to be such a special stream. This is a BDD Gaming first going on here tonight. So I want to give a huge shout out to Will T Gaming. Will has been kind enough to join us here tonight live on stream. Will, how are you doing tonight, bud?
Well, I'm doing all right. What about you?
I'm doing fantastic. Doing fantastic. Before we get going, before we get this stream really rock and rolling, Will, do you want to go ahead and give your socials a shout out for us?
Yeah, sure. So I have a Facebook page, Multi Gaming. I know BDD and Jody and kind of a couple people are also part of it. You can find me on YouTube. You can also find me on YouTube at Will T Gaming. You can also find me on Twitch at Steinair24.
Fantastic, fantastic. Awesome. So this is, like I said, this is a absolute first time here on the channel. We have multiple people live on stream, and I could not be more excited. This is something that I'm hoping to be able to continue on going forward into the future. Something where we're going to be able to start bringing people in live on stream. And to make another announcement, the way that we're going to set this up and how we're going to go forward with this is we're going to be creating a third member tier. So right now we have 2 member tiers, and both of those, you know, have their own kind of perks and whatnot. The third one is going to be able to have a discount, a customized discount for every single person who signs up for Tier 3. Plus, we're going to have the opportunity to be able to do exactly what we're doing here tonight with Will. We're going to be going live on air, live on streams, and be able to chat it out and have some fun, because I think this is going to be absolutely a blast. So let's see. Jody says, my wife loves that map. Oh, that's right. So earlier today, I recommended to Jody to have his wife check out a map called Kalebach. One of those Kale box. It's the map creator Kale and Bach at the end of it. And looks like his wife is a big fan. I am very glad to hear that, bud. And Jody says he's got an awesome channel too, referring to Will T. He absolutely has a good channel. Go ahead and check him out. Like he said, Will T Gaming here on YouTube, Steinerator on, what was this? Tell me again one more time on Twitch.
It's Steinerator 24.
Steinerator, there we go. I always fumble around on the wording on that one. Absolutely. So, fantastic. So one of the reasons why I wanted to get Will here on the live stream here tonight is because there is nobody that I know of that has the encyclopedia knowledge of Farming Simulator 25 when it comes to anything to this game. So Will, Farming Simulator 25, on a scale of 1 to 5, how excited are you?
Oh, I'm beyond excited. I mean, as soon as I get back from Florida in November, I know, it's gonna happen anyway. But I know BDD and I are planning to stream it when it first comes out. So I'm extremely excited for it. You have no idea. Like as soon as the pre-orders were available and I pre-ordered it, I don't think my wife has ever seen me so psyched besides our wedding day.
Oh man, so on that scale of 0 to 5, you'd say probably about 100.
1,000.
Whoa, there we go. Now we're talking. Absolutely, that's about where I'm at too. That is absolutely where I'm at. I was just going through the other day some videos from like the FarmCon event, and it was all the big name people out there, the Mr. Sealy Peas, the DJ Gohams, Farmer Cop, and just to name a few, but they were all sitting there kind of backstage and talking to several of the creators from Giants and just kind of asking them all sorts of like Q&A questions. And they were sitting there saying all these different like clarifying questions on all the different aspects that we know of up until this point. And it was just absolutely just riveting just to see all the different details that they were actually letting loose on that specific on those specific topics. It was amazing. So we all know like the big stuff, the GPS, the God rays, the fog, the weather, the wet roads, the sound enhancements. I mean, just so much. You can tell that Giants really was sticking their nose into the grindstone and really carved out something beautiful with this one. So let's start with, I don't know, Will, what do you think we ought to start out with here on FS25? You want to start with GPS?
We can start that. I do want to say this. Benji, I'm doing well. Is Will live? No, I am not live at the moment. Only BDD is. Filippo, what's going on?
So on the GPS, it sounded like to me that they're essentially breaking up the workers into basically two separate categories. One of them is kind of the traditional FS22, what we're used to for the field work and all that stuff, but with enhancements. And then the next part is kind of the whole GPS kind of quote unquote course play, I think is how it's kind of described, where they're giving us the whole kind of tracking system to be able to do like 2 headlands and then kind of going throughout the field and really kind of going through it kind of thing. Is that kind of your basic understanding of it at this point?
Yes. So to basically break it down though, it's exactly like what BDD said, but um, basically you can either have it one of two ways. I mean, either way, you got an improvement. So you can either have it just like the normal FSSR, you just hire a worker and it goes back and forth, being actual idiots, um, or the new way, which I can guarantee you 99.999% of people are going to go for, is basically like the course play, which is more intelligent, which I'm stoked for. Because then if I need to hire a worker on a field, like let's say if I'm mowing a field, it'd be much better than having, oh, I got to do the headlands first. Then I can just hire a worker.
Yeah, absolutely. And what really kind of shocked me more than anything, because I was really expecting them to be like, oh yeah, well, we were on River Bend, we were on Zaylonka, and we were on like our maps that we were make the East Asian map, and I was really expecting them to be like, oh yeah, well, we kind of perfected it on those maps and whatnot. But from what they were saying in the kind of Q&A session was that they actually took modified fields, things that were not just the bare basic stuff that they had developed, and made sure that the GPS kind of quote unquote course play worked on the customized fields. So it's not something that we're going to have to be limited to on just a standard Giants map. We're actually going to get that functionality, and it sounds like it's going to be like good functionality on any map, that they've worked out a lot of the bugs to be able to accommodate for whatever the shape, style of field. So it could work on a square field, or it could work on a field such as a Stone Valley field. Is that your basic understanding of it too as well?
Yes, and also I won't put this out there. I've been talking with Stefan. I've been telling BDD about this. I got a lot more information about FS25, which is awesome. Unfortunately, there's some things that I wish I could have got more info on, but I couldn't. So basically, another big thing, which I didn't say this one to BDD, which I should have, but rock picking in the game is going to be a lot easier though, because with the hired workers and all. So, and
yes.
So I'm excited because they'll actually go around and do the headlands first and then go back and forth, pick up the rocks. If they get full, if you have a tractor nearby, you can get it set up in a way they're trying to get it set up in a way we'll actually go dump into the trailer and then move along. So they're trying to.
Oh man,
who knows?
I tell you what, just the simple fact that the AI is going to be smart enough to be able to denote the difference between what is the headland versus what is the rest of the field. And again, it sounded like to me that the way that it's going to be able to distinguish that is not just based on your location on the field, but also specifically based on what equipment you're towing along onto the field. So it takes the working width of the equipment that you're using and then going to then bring that into its calculation to figure out the most optimal route for that specific field, which is, I think, is absolutely amazing, because that should mean that when we start getting like heavy mods and all this stuff, we'll be able to actually pull those mods in and fully utilize them without skipping a beat. It's one of those where we'll be able to actually utilize everything, and it won't just be, it's optimized for Giants tools, but rather it's going to be optimized for all stuff. So that's honestly one of my most coveted features right now, is the whole GPS function. Me being on console, as many of us here are, we don't get a lot of this kind of love. We don't get these kind of perks and really kind of in-depth features. But it really seems like Giants kind of took the mantle and was like, you know what, we're going to show everybody love. And I think a lot of that has to do with the for lack of a better word, expulsion of the previous generation consoles.
And no, not. I do want to say this though. That's on my Facebook channel. I do post everything from Giants. I post any information I can find, new mods coming out, stuff like that. So as soon as Giants release something, boom, it's up on my Facebook page. I also inform BDD as well. So, which is one of the best things. And I'm gonna say, which I know that BDD is excited for this, and so am I. I'm beyond excited. I had a talk with Custom Modding, and yes, he's going to convert everything back to FS25, which I am super stoked about. So,
Yeah, and that's going to be fantastic because Custom makes some of the best tractors and mods out there. So it's one of those where we're able to actually know that we're going to get good quality stuff, throughout the time of FS25. So beyond the features, we're going to get good solid mods. So looking forward to that as well. I'm going to quickly go through the chat here real quick and see what everybody is saying up until this point. So Jody says, nope. Benji says, I'm doing well. Is Will live also? So that was in response to what Will was responding to. Ken then says, who likes the American map? So far, based on what I've seen, I absolutely love it. I cannot wait to see how it's going to interact because of all the unique features they have packed into it. And I'm sure it's going to be like that for all the maps. The East Asian map, Zeelanka, I'm sure is going to have improvements. I doubt it's going to be the base Zeelanka that we're used to here on FS22. So
it's not.
Yeah. So one of those where, from what I understand, there's going to be things like boats. There's going to be river crossing boats. There's going to be what are some of the other features? I'm blanking. Help me out here, Will. What are some of the other features that they were showing there on 25 for the American map?
So there's also going to be like construction sites. So for example, they really focused mainly on that sell point, like the rundown sell point. After I confirmed it with DJ Yoham and also Giant Software themselves, yes. That will be one of the construction missions, so you actually have to provide all the timber and everything else for it, and then once it's fixed up, it's yours. It's basically your factory, or you can sell it as a sell point. So, which I think is kind of neat. I mean, I personally never really did like the railroad, well, not the railroad, wow, the roller coaster and stuff like that. I never really did that, but I know a lot of people who are, and I know it's going to be a big thing. There's multiples, and I also know something that BDD doesn't know.
Uh-oh, are you holding out on me?
Yes, there is a ferry base game in FS25 that will be usable to cross the water.
Nice.
So.
Oh man. Go for it.
And also, having a talk with Celebuki, and he also did announce it on his Facebook page too, that he already confirmed 3 maps that are coming back to FS25. His very first one that he's going to be converting over is Goldcrest Valley.
Oh, nice.
The second one is Alma, Missouri, and the other one, the last one that's been confirmed, is Iowa Plainsview. So.
Oh, see. Those are some of his tops right there too. So I'm looking forward to those. Yeah, that's. I'm a big fan of Celebuki. Alma, Missouri, Iowa Plainsview. Those were my 2 favorites. Goldcrest Valley is a good map, good solid map. But those 2 in particular, Alma and Iowa Plains, chef's kiss. Love them. Now,
right.
Let's see. We've got... Where was I? Ken says, who likes River Bend Springs on FS25? So I believe that's the American map, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, looking forward to that one. Jody says, I joined his group on Facebook. Yes, so referring to your Facebook group there. Gold Gaming, how's it going, bud? Hope you're having a fantastic night so far. Says, howdy, neighbors. Jody says, playing Alma, Missouri tonight. Very nice, Jody. That is a great map. Let's see. Bradford says, sound like Courseplay and Auto Drive merged. So, if I'm not mistaken, Auto Drive is the one where you can kind of have multiple vehicles kind of tail behind you and do like the more complex kind of farming kind of thing. Like you get them to kind of work in stages, kind of thing. And as far as I'm aware, that part of it isn't actually coming to base game for
Correct.
all players and whatnot, but it's
Correct.
mainly the one where you can have your worker more intelligently work. It's not just go in a straight line, turn around, come back kind of thing. It's going to be, actually setting up the course of them going around multiple times. I think they said 2 at the start. And the person that I can't remember their name off the top of my head, but it sounded like that you're going to be able to, at the beginning, do 2 headlands, and then they go back and forth, back and forth. And it's all, based on the implements and all that stuff that you're using. They're talking that either in base game or beyond, in like a patch, where they will include the additional functions of being able to create more than just 2 headlands, which would be amazing, because it'll be one of those things where if you have like a field that's really small with, like, say a 3-meter plow or a 3-meter whatever, and you're going around doing your headlands kind of thing, it might not be wide enough, depending on the map that you're on, to be able to then maneuver around all that, even with 2 headlands. Because you figure, 3 meters and plus 3 meters is 6 meters. Well, you got your tractor and your implement on the back of it might be longer than that. So will the not the auto drive, but will the AI be able to compensate for that narrowing of the field, or having trees or whatever right on top of the field? Who's to say? I don't know. They're talking as if that's stuff that they've already kind of baked into the cake, so here's hoping, fingers crossed, but we'll kind of go from there. Let's see. Then we got... something just came through. Ken with the super chat, a $2 super chat. Ken, thank you so very much. Greatly appreciate that. Let's see. We've got Bradford says, read that already. Benji says, I hope they test it on consoles before they release to make sure it works on consoles. 100%. I really hope that that's the case, because it's one of those where doing all this work and doing everything on PCs, that's all fine and dandy. But it's one of those that when things come to console, and we experience this all the time, us console players, we see this all the time. They do something like a map, we'll say a map, and they go through everything that they need to go through, and all of a sudden they push it out to everybody, and then something's broken, but it seems like it's only broken for us console players. It's like the port from the PC over to consoles just kind of broke it. So one of those where you can sit there and work in theory and hypotheticals all day and night, but until you actually get it onto the machine itself, you don't know how it's going to react. So yeah, I'm 100% behind you there, Benji. I hope that they do that. Wrench Monkey, how you doing, Wrench Monkey? Hope you're having a fantastic night so far. Says, hey BDD, hope all is well tonight, man. It is going fantastic tonight. Jonah, there he is. The one, the only Jonah is here. Jonah, how you doing, bud? Hope you're having a fantastic night so far. And Ken says, what up, Jonah?
What's going on, man?
Yes, so we are having a special live stream tonight. If you are not here at the beginning, that was the voice of Will T Gaming. So super excited. We are doing a multi-person stream here tonight. Really looking forward to it. And we are so far talking about FS25, because that is what basically everybody's thinking about right now. We are starting to leave FS22 in the dust and looking in their rear view mirrors. Whether they're working or not is to be seen. little FS22 jab there. But what are some of the other features that we know are coming out? So we know that the weather is going to play a significant part in the new game. We've got, the whole shadows and stuff from the cloud movement and all that. That's actually looking really cool, to be able to see the clouds kind of dancing across our fields and whatnot. We've got the upgraded weather system that's going to not only affect the groundwork, but it's also going to affect the fields and everything on the map. That, I think, is a feature that is going to be really cool. What do you think about it, Will?
I think that's going to be a huge hit, and I also think the whole entire fact that they revamped seasons, I think, will take a major effect into it. Um, John, what's going on, man? Also, I think another big thing, which combines it with all that too, is when when it rains and from what my understanding is that there's two different kinds of rain. Like you'll have a light rain, a heavy rain, and if you have a heavy rain and then you drive your tractor out in the field, it'll actually ruts in the field. Now, I do know that this was clarified from Stefan himself, is that due to simple mechanics in the game, um, if they're left there too long, they'll actually disappear. Go back to normal. It's something that they're working on, but I just think it's awesome though, and it all depends on what kind of tire you use too. Like if you use like big old duals, um, like the one screenshot that I sent BDD on my Steiger, I had was it 8 wheels on it, and they were the big old boys. If you use those in the field, you'll make bigger ruts, which I think is awesome. So
Oh, absolutely. And the fact that it's going to be dynamic enough to be able to register the wheel types that you're using. So if you got narrow tires, it's going to make little ruts. You got big old honking tires, it's going to make bigger ones. That there is going to be really cool. And the way that I remember them explaining it is that it's essentially just a memory issue. So it can only hold so much ground deformation information before it then starts to rewrite and overwrite previous stuff. So perfect example are the tire marks that you see here in the field as I'm driving the truck back and forth, back and forth. Well, if you keep going over the same route back and forth, you'll eventually get to the point where you'll start seeing the oldest part of the trail starting to overwrite and disappear. And that's essentially the same mechanic that's happening, is it can only store so much information before it's like, okay, I'm done, and I'm going to then delete the old and keep the new. And it's just basically a old, not even an old, but basically the same way as like a security camera or a like a dash cam works, is that it holds X amount of files, deletes the old stuff, and keeps the new. And that's essentially what they're going to be doing with that. I know, like Will said, sounds like they're going to be trying to do something to where it's going to be either longer storage, bigger capacity, whatever the case may be. But here's hoping that we get kind of this really kind of cool system. And from what it's sounding like, it sounds like it's going to be a cool system. I mean, just the whole deformation of the ground is going to be really cool. And Will was explaining this earlier, that basically the more it rains, the more opportunity you have for that deformation. So if you just get a light sprinkle and whatnot, not a big deal. It also depends on the type of terrain that you're on as well. The pavement. If you're driving on pavement, no deformation whatsoever. If you're on like backcountry road and it's not wet and whatnot, little deformation, but not a ton. If you're in the field and it's torrential downpour and it's nothing but mud on the field, well then you're going to see deep ruts. Now, what I would be interested in knowing, does the rutting, or does that kind of different terrain that you're going on, is that going to affect the way that the equipment handles? Because I think that would. They did answer that.
Yes. So they didn't say it out, but it's information I got from Stefan. Is that it will. So for like prime example. So if you use, I'll tell you like I don't know. I'm just trying to think of a good tractor here. I don't know. Let's say you use like a medium-sized class tractor. And then you're pulling like an implement that's like 400 horsepower. If it rains and it's muddy and you're driving through the field, you're gonna struggle. Now if you get like a class Xerion, like a big old boy, and you're hauling something that's 400 like horsepower, like you'll struggle, but you'll still get through. So it's gonna weigh down on your implement. So, which I think is awesome.
Oh yeah, because what I could see happening is, depending on how they got it all set up, that might mean that depending on the weather and all that, and you're sludging through a field, you might actually quote unquote lose a vehicle or lose an implement because your vehicle might not be strong enough to be able to pull yourself out of it. So that I might be reading too much into it at that point, but how cool would that be? Is have again, I was saying this in the last stream. It's one of those where when we have a simulator of any sorts, kind of taking the old Electronic Arts EA motto, if it's in the game, it's in the game, and essentially what that's saying is, if it's in real life, then we're bringing it to the game. We're making a simulator kind of thing, and that's what it sounds like. That Giants is really kind of leaning into, is that they're really trying to make it to where these kind of physics, these kind of mechanics at play are going to be something that we're going to have to deal with in game. So like I was saying, if we've got a small tractor that's not able to pull its weight and it's towing something in a muddy field, it might not be able to make it. You might have to go and get a bigger boy out there to be able to haul it in for you, kind of thing. So again, might be reading too much into it, but it would be kind of cool in my mind. So
Now, I do want to touch up on a comment here from Ken, because he said, I like how the mud fill up on tractor. I assume that it's going to mean tires, not types. That's yes, like over time when you're driving through the field, yes, the mud will build up on the tire, and then when you actually go on the road, you'll see it disappear, which I think is awesome, because it's like reflective of it like flying off the tractor, which I think is awesome.
oh yeah, and like I say on the channel all the time, details, details, details. It's one of those where you're driving along and all of a sudden you had muddy tires, and you go on the concrete and all of a sudden it just slings off and it's good. Like that's really cool. And to sit there and to kind of think about the mechanics at play is just kind of next level stuff. And to think that people out there were thinking of all these little details, things that if you were to throw me or anybody else in front of a computer and said, okay, what are some ideas that you want to implement? Well, we'd come up with a lot of the big grand things, kind of the things that would really kind of turn the page on the next one. But what most likely we wouldn't do is think of all those little itty bitty details. So different way to put it, we would get all the low hanging fruit. If not all, the low-hanging fruit, we'd be able to just pluck. But what we wouldn't be able to do is get those really high up there ones, like the tire fling, the mud fling, kind of thing. We wouldn't necessarily think of things like that unless it was like our full-time job and we were really trying to, come up with something over and over and over. But as like a gamer or something like that, we wouldn't think of things like that. So it's nice to see that they are really focusing on those details to really kind of bring us something that is not as as Farmer Cop was saying, and that he's been hearing through his channels, just a reskin, just something that is FS22 but newer, kind of thing. So
I do want to touch on something though, that a lot of people who say that it's a reskin, they're completely wrong. It's not everything. It's like a completely different map. Like it's like going from 19 to 22. You could tell the major difference between 19 and 22.
Well, yeah.
If you play 25 and you tell me that it's a reskin, you get your eyes checked.
Oh, 100%. And I think that actually a lot of the people who would argue or make that argument that it's just a reskin is just somebody who is the casual player, somebody who just maybe downloaded because it was free or it was on sale or whatever, and that they were playing it and whatever, and now they're kind of getting into the series, or they're just kind of still casually kind of going about it, to where they're not seeing all these nitty-gritty details that a lot of us people who are really into the game are really kind of hunkered in on and really kind of laser focused on. That would be the kind of person that I would imagine would be like, oh, it's just a reskin, it's just a reskin. Well, no, you'd be wrong, and here's how you'd be wrong. I mean, we've spent the first, what, 30 minutes of the stream talking about what, basically two of the main features that are coming to the next 25, and that's just two of them. We haven't even talked about all the other things that have been, brought out up until this point. We haven't even talked about the crops. We haven't talked about the machines. We haven't talked about like any of this stuff.
I'm excited for that part because there's one feature that I've been wanting so bad to be base game, and now it's finally going to be base game. I am thrilled beyond belief.
Oh, which one is that?
So, I'll give you a hint: straw harvest.
Yes.
Because you could refill, so not just the net and twine, but the wrap.
Yep.
Refill the wrap, which I think is awesome. And it's not just some lizard brand. They actually partnered with a company, with a real life company.
Yeah.
So it's actually going to be a licensed brand.
Yeah, which that's absolutely fantastic. And from what it sounds like, based on that interview that was, or not the interview, but question and answer, it sounds like it's something that's similar to the purchasing on the fields and stuff like that. Like if you have the settings set up to where you can have the AI worker buy stuff for you, basically you can just turn off a setting and then it just works like the normal straw baler or normal baler would work now. Is that it would just autofill for you, and you're not going to have to sit there and worry about having to do it yourself. But I think that's an amazing feature to add, is having it to where you can have the wrappers and twine and all that stuff as a individual consumable, because again, you get one step closer to reality. It's a good thing in my opinion.
And also another thing, I don't know if you saw this or not, but I know Giants were talking about. I know DJ talked about it briefly, but Giants actually went into detail and actually put movement in like the AI people, or like the people walking on the streets and everything. They actually put movement on their faces, so if you walk up to them, they actually can say, "How you doing?" Like actually like talk to you, which I think is awesome.
Oh no, I didn't hear about that one. That's crazy. So kind of a deviation what we're talking about here, but it's a funny story. So for people who are not familiar with the channel or anything, I do tons of map tours, updates, and all this stuff that I do for the channel. Well, I was doing a tour and I cannot remember the name of the map, but I believe it was either like a Polish map or something along those lines. And I'm going through it, and I load in, and I'm just kind of taking notes and whatnot. And I got a whole entire, Excel worksheet just dedicated to when I'm taking notes for a map tour. Because I mean, I could have hundreds of lines of notes based on whatever kind of map that I'm doing. Like the most recent map that I did was, I think, like 2 to 250 lines of taking notes on all the different aspects for the tour. Well, as I'm sitting there just kind of standing, taking my random notes and whatnot, all of a sudden, because I wear headphones, all of a sudden somebody's talking in my ear, and it's in another language. I jumped out of my seat, probably hitting my head on the ceiling. It just scared the ever-loving bejeebers out of me. And I'm looking around because I hear a man's voice like directly in my ear, and I'm like, what is that? And it was no fun whatsoever. And then I realized, oh wait, it's the game. Like it literally took me a few seconds because I'm hearing somebody just chatting in my ear, and I'm looking around. It's like, okay, I'm not seeing anybody. Is Jasper in the room with me now? Or in this case, it might even be Claus.
Now, wasn't that Weimar, Canada?
So there were voices in Weimar, Canada, but that was at the loading screen, as far as I'm aware. And they actually removed that here. One of the updates that came out from Giants actually was them removing that, under their directive. So that one actually kind of shocked me when in the notes it said per Giants was removed, kind of thing. And I think it was because, if I remember right, it was because nobody mentioned it in the description or anything like that. So it was just kind of kind of them just saying, hey, don't scare people, because I think nobody was expecting it, and then all of a sudden, just a voice came on the screen, during loading, you know. But no, this was actually, so you spawn out, and it was in the middle of the road, but you're right next to a market, and there's a person that's standing outside in the market stall, and they're just having a conversation, or I don't even know what they're saying, because like I said, I'm pretty sure it was in Polish. So I'm hearing voices, and all of a sudden, like, what is this? Wasn't fun at all. Let me catch up with the chat here real quick, because I see there's a few out there. So
Jonah.
uh-oh.
Jonah.
I haven't gotten there yet. We'll see.
Oh my gosh, dude.
Jonah says, hope the trains are longer in FS25. Now, yes, that would be cool, because, one, we'd be able to take more products out. I can't tell you the number of times where I've actually filled up a train because it has maybe 2 or 3 cars and is not enough to be able to take out there in one go. But we'll see. I mean, it's certainly possible, because, again, it's all on the latest and greatest consoles and on PCs and Macs. So should be able to handle a little bit extra. We'll see. But you also get the case of, like, what's that one map by Alien Jim? Is it Western Wilds? And I even think that, I think it was Western Wilds that Alien Jim did, that had the train, but it was like a massive train. I don't think you could actually use the train on Western Wilds, but it was one of those where it just had a visual train going by. But it was like a mile long, it seemed like. And I even think that, what is that Illinois map? Why can't I think of it?
Illinois map. Stone Valley?
No. So it was, or maybe it was Indiana. It was Indiana. It was, what was that?
Griffin, Indiana?
Griffin, that's it. Griffin, Indiana, that's it. I think that one started out with a larger train on it, but I think through the updates it was reduced down to a more reasonable size. And of course it's full. Alright, let's...
There's also another thing which I'm pretty sure that they're trying to do, and I'm pretty sure that they already put it in the game. And I know BDD is going to be excited for this one. I know a lot of people are, including myself. If you look very closely at that map, there was a grain silo that was actually by the river. And there was a pipe sticking over the top of the river. Now, I'm pretty positive that you could actually load stuff onto a boat and haul it.
Oh, now that would be pretty slick. That reminds me of the one Alien Gym map from FS19. Spectacle Island. Oh dear, I just crashed hard there. Uh-oh. There we go. Nope. There we now. No. Come on. Now we're talking. Okay. Yeah, but Spectacle Island, Alien Gym made several updates to that on FS19, and throughout all the updates that they were putting out, they ended up adding the pair of boats. One was a log boat and one was a grain boat that you could load all your stuff onto and actually transport your items to sell points that you could only access via the boats. And you got like an additional bonus and all that stuff. I mean, all that stuff was really, really cool when Alien Gym did it. And what was really cool about it too is the explanation of how they were able to do it. Because basically what they ended up doing was making cars that had invisible wheels. That's essentially what it was. And the wheels and the car and all that stuff was above the water line, so it wouldn't trigger the you're in too deep in water kind of thing. So it was just kind of an interesting kind of thing. But if they're going to do something similar to that on FS25, I think that would be fantastic, to be able to kind of utilize that whole water dynamic. It makes a map with water on it more interesting, because you can actually utilize that as part of the gaming space. It's not just a void. let's see. Let me get over to the sell point over here, and then we'll continue to catch up with the chat. But
I can always read it too, man. I got it up on my phone.
oh yeah. If you wanna read while I'm sitting here driving, that'd be perfect.
All right, let's see here. Off. Here. Ken said, don't forget to hit that the subscribe button and the like button, and share it with your friends.
Oh, 100%.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Ken. Thank you very much. I greatly appreciate it. Yeah, hit that notification bell, subscribe, like, share, do everything that helps out the channel. Greatly appreciate it. And let's see. Let's go ahead and I gotta be able to see what I'm doing here. Come on.
Repo with all the emojis. Wow. All the custom ones. Tony, greetings all. What's going on there, Tony? Ken said, hey, Tony.
Tony, how's it going, bud? Hope you're having a fantastic night so far.
Ken also says, I can see the difference between FS19, FS22, and FS25 already. Yes. 100% there, Ken. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Joan. All right, dude. I'm gonna let you read this one from Jonah, because you're gonna get a laugh on that one.
Uh-oh. Okay, let's check it out. So, all right. So Jonah says, BDD was like, what was that? Oh no, Jonah, come on, bud.
That's why I started laughing, because I'm like, oh no, here we go.
Oh, got to start out strong. What is going on with this tipper? Has anybody else experienced the issues with these particular... Oh, see, now it's going to work.
I haven't. Let's see here.
It seems like sometimes that the slider for the dump buckets, the belly dumps, will sometimes stick. Like I was driving over there, I was sitting here pushing, okay, dump, why isn't dumping, dump, and for some reason it just doesn't work sometimes. You just gotta kind of sit there and fight with it. Oh, now I can't see again. Okay.
Let's see here. Ken says, blooper reel moment. 2 laugh emojis.
Guys, come on. I mean, I thought you were supposed to be on my side for all this.
Let's see here. And then Tony says that was a cool map.
Oh yeah, the Spectacle Island, I presume, is what you're referring to as. Oh my goodness, I'm cutting it too close. Yeah, Spectacle Island honestly was my favorite map back on FS19. I was so, oh my word, what is happening here? One of those, I was so disappointed when I saw that Alien Gym wasn't more involved with FS22, because I absolutely loved pretty much every single one of his maps. Washoe, Nevada, I thought was an absolutely hilarious map, just because you had the aliens that, like, imagine the storytelling that you could do on a map where there's alien spaceships just flying overhead in the middle of the night. I mean, it's absolutely hilarious. But Washoe, Nevada, Spectacle Island, No Man's Land was also an FS19, and there were several other ones. Wasn't there? There was the English map. What was that one called? Anyways, yeah, just so many great maps by Alien Gym, and I was so disappointed that, oh dear goodness, I need to pay attention to my turning.
There was Sussex Farms. I don't know if
that's it. That's it. Sussex Farms. Yep.
No, well, it's exactly like what BD just said. I'm like a walking encyclopedia for farming simulator.
And that's it. That's it exactly. It is. All I have to do is be like, "Hey, Will, do you know about X, Y, and Z?" And he'll not only tell me about X, Y, and Z, but he'll tell me about A, B, and C, and like to A, B, and C squared, and like all this information. It's like, man, it's like you definitely are somebody that I need to tap every once in a while and be like, "Hey, have you heard about this thing?" And he's like, "Not only have I heard about this thing, I've heard about this thing like years ago somehow."
Right. um, now I did have a little chit chat with Lancey Boy actually, which I thought was cool, and Oxygen David. Um, Oxygen David is still working on a map. He doesn't know if it's going to come to F2, but he's definitely going to bring it to FS25. And I do know that that Lancey Boy, if he does consider it, Stone Valley will be his very first map, as far as he's aware, for bringing over to FS25. So,
Now,
which I'm excited for.
that one. Here's the thing: is I wasn't a huge fan of playing playing Stone Valley. I think it's a beautiful map. I love it. It's a fantastic map. But the problem is all the really intricate fields on that map. It is just way like. Let me rewind this. If I was doing what I'm doing now, where I had the split Let's Play series and live streams, having two separate maps, I would absolutely pick that map as a live stream map, because it's one of those where it's going to require so much time for each individual field that it just would make a terrible Let's Play. Because it wouldn't make a terrible Let's Play, it would make a terribly difficult Let's Play for me personally, because it would just make it to where you were spending so much time doing everything but progressing the story. And I learned my lesson with maps like Alma, Missouri, and how to better select maps for the right job kind of thing. So I'm able to do a map like Carpathian Countryside, where there's the huge fields and do all that stuff, because I'm able to do it on live streams, and I'm not having to worry about editing out all the nitty-gritty details and stuff. But I'm doing a map on a Let's Play on Pelinier, so it's one of those where, because it has smaller fields, it's easier to transition and move the story along rather than just getting bogged down on one specific area. And that's the issue with Stone Valley in doing a Let's Play on it, is you would be doing hours upon hours upon hours of work. But that's what makes me so excited about something like FS25 with the whole GPS system, is that it should, according to Giants, oh my goodness, I tried to hit my brakes. I swear I tried to hit my brakes. With it being on FS25 in the GPS system, it should be able to distinguish those really kind of funky fields with all the rivers and creeks and stuff that are running through them, that are split out into multiple sections and all that, and be able to compensate and work on those with the AI system. So the hope is that a map such as Stone Valley is going to be actually doable. So fingers crossed.
I got one thing. Is Jonah, come on, man. Are you trying to burn? Are you trying to burn BDD here? Like, my gosh, man.
Oh no! I haven't looked at the chat. Do I need to go and read the chat now?
Crash, who are you? Driver 53, LOL. Oh my gosh,
no.
man.
Oh my
Come
goodness.
on, Jonah.
I'm pretty sure my house is on fire after that one. Oof. I can feel the heat, the burn.
Let's see here. Benji, how cool would it be to hook up and unhook rail cars?
Oh, now that would be cool.
That would be. I don't think that's gonna happen. It would be awesome, but I don't think that will happen, unfortunately. Let's see here. Adam, LOL. No, not Adam. Ken. Sorry. Tony. Yep. Ken. See, told you. Blooper. Real moment. Laughing emoji. Benji, Sussex Farms and Mercury Farms.
Oh, Mercury Farms was the other one. Yeah, Sussex Farm was the one I was thinking off the top of my head. But and the reason that one really stood out to me personally, Sussex, was because of all the custom silos that were on the farm there. You had to trigger them in such a way to be able to turn them on and turn them off, and they were only active for X amount of time because of those triggers. It was just
right.
Alien Jim was one of my favorite map creators for FS19 because of all those little things that they kind of tweaked and kind of went out of their way to be unique about. like Spectacle Island was one of the first times where I've encountered a map where you had to clear out the fields of trees in order to then utilize the fields. Like they were all predefined fields, but they had trees, like full-grown adult trees in the middle of the fields that you had to clear out in order to use them. But they also made it to where you could cut down the signpost and delete them, kind of thing. So you didn't have to do anything. But you also were able to clean up the farm and cut down the little sapling trees. They had little red markers around the outside of the tree. You cut those trees down, and it would fix up certain areas around the farm. So it was a fantastic map, a ridiculously cool idea on how to kind of advance a map along and make it unique. Yeah, so Alien Gym, I really, really wish we had some more content from them, because I think them having the FS22 kind of platform would have been absolutely nuts. But they really kind of only did a few maps and then the one rock crawling map, and kind of took off for the rest of the interim. But who knows? Maybe for FS25 they'll be making their triumphant return. We'll keep our fingers crossed. Maybe will it into existence.
Right. Let's see here. Bradford. Semis do not stop on a dime. Yeah. Oh, see. Oh, here we go. Jonah. Why did the chicken cross the road? He got traded from the Yankees to the Mets.
Oh no.
Come on, man.
Oh, that's good.
Jonah, are you serious right now? Don't worry, I know a few fire.
Oh no. Well, are they local to Florida, Jonah? That's what I need to know.
Probably not.
Probably not.
And then Tony said, and clean up the yard.
Yes. So that was the other thing that was really cool about Spectacle Island, is that it had a whole bunch of debris and stuff that was like just kind of thrown out throughout the yard. So as you're cleaning up the yard, like I was saying, cutting down all the trees, there was, like product, like actual like wheat and barley and all this stuff, wood chips just kind of strewn all around the yard. And you had to clean all that up. You had to cut down the trees in order to clean up like the big heavy debris areas. It was just one of those. It was a really kind of fantastic way of approaching a map. And like I said, it is in my heart, in my mind, a real shame that we only got a couple of. Oh dear, only got a. Come on, get out of the way. You know what?
Oh, Jonah.
Uh-oh.
You're something else, man.
Uh-oh. What did I miss?
Hey, Will T, is your refrigerator running? You better go and catch it.
Jonah. I love the dad jokes, bud. I absolutely love them.
Ken said LOL at Jonah. And also the textures of the bells in FS25 look way better. Which is super nice. It's like better sound effects and everything else. I know that wind cheating is going to be base game, and so is passenger support.
Oh, now see, that's really cool. Yeah, and I did notice the textures as well, because it's how do I want to say this? It's one of those where things look amazing already here on FS22, and it's really hard to think, how are things going to look better in the new game? Well, again, they're able to do that because they're cutting out the old consoles, which were kind of the unfortunately were kind of the anchor to them being able to really kind of turn things loose. There we go. Now we're cooking.
See, now I was actually using the term from Stefan. He said a hindrance to developing a new game. Was that so they had to drop? So they had to drop it. He wasn't. He originally stated that they didn't even want to bring FS22 to old gens, but they did. So
that's a pretty strong word to use as well. Like to say it's a hindrance means that they had every intentions on doing more with 22, but they couldn't. That they
Yeah.
were at the limit of what the previous gens could handle. So that's, I mean, not surprising, but I don't know. It's one of those where probably not a term that I would necessarily use as much as it would
Right.
be a how do I want to say this?
I'm not sure.
You know, that's yeah. We'll just go with what he said. We'll just go with a hindrance because I was trying to be
Um,
nice and you know, be a little bit more positive than that, but
right. I mean, they were holding it back. Um, I mean, okay. This is gonna be a slight little rant, and I deeply apologize for this. But I put a post out on another page I'm part of. I was gonna put it on my Facebook page, but I really haven't heard anything about it, which I'm very thankful for. But I put a whole message out, and I got a lot of hate for it. Um, uh, um, the biggest thing is I stated that. Um, oh, let's see if I can find it real quick. I'd rather read it word for word than just guesstimating, I guess.
okay. Well, while you're looking that up, I'll go ahead and continue reading the chat here. So let's see. Benji says, also all those sharks that was in the water. Oh, that's right. I forgot about the sharks. Yeah, because that was one of the first maps where they actually took like kind of, it wasn't necessarily animated, but the motion, it was almost the kind of precursor to the pedestrian splines. Um, you know, there in FS19 where he used the kind of splines for the boats. They had the little river boats there in the channels and whatnot, but they had the sharks that were swimming through the river system as well. And that was just, like I said, Alien Jib did fantastic work. Absolutely fantastic work. Like I said, on Washoe, Nevada, having the alien spacecraft just going screaming through the middle of the night, just going flying overhead. I tell you, the first time I played that map, and I was, you know, of course, because I'm sitting there just kind of grinding the very first day, trying to get all the animals up and running, trying to get all the fields planted and doing all the stuff that I need to do on that first day where it's the most hectic, most busy because there's the most to do on that first day. You know, I end up farming well into the middle of the night, and all of a sudden this blinding light goes screaming through my screen, and I'm like, what is going on here? And again, I'm, you know, got my at that time I wasn't streaming, I was just, you know, playing, you know, my own kind of thing, and I had the audio turned on, and it just goes like, it just kind of whooshes overhead with all that light and whatnot, and it's just caught the camera in just the perfect amount, a perfect way where the entire screen just turns white. Like for a split second I thought, oh my goodness, did my game just fail or did something just crash or whatever? And then all of a sudden it goes away, and now I'm seeing like just lights just swirling around in the distance. I'm like, what is going on here? And yeah, it was
going.
it was just going nuts, and I'm like, that is something I would have never, like, I would have never thought, like, if I was creating a map or something like that, you know, to be that creative is to just add that level of ambient, you know, the ambiance to the whole map kind of thing. But again, that's why I'm not a map maker as much as I am just somebody who goes around and looks at other people's work, you know, because I'm not that creative.
And I do want to say yes, my map will become an FS25 as I continue working on it.
Oh yeah.
Now I did find it right here. This is what I stated. I said I'm getting sick and tired of hearing people all over the FS community complaining about mods. It's been nonstop. Giants and modders don't work for you. If you don't like a mod, don't use it. Simple as that. Stop complaining. I put that in all caps. So be grateful that we are getting mods. Also, stop asking when mods are getting released. We don't know. Myself or the main person of that group, will post them. So myself or him will post We'll post them when they come out. Or you can go look on the official Farmer Simulator page. It needs to stop. Also, if I hear one more person complain about the new game not being on the old gen, I'll give them a warning, then you're gone. Get a new console if you can. Old gen console is in the past, time to move on. Thanks. You know, the amount of people that I've heard complain that it's not on old gen, I can't even count.
Oh, and here's the thing: is I genuinely feel bad for anybody who is on a old console and is disappointed that they're not going to have the latest and greatest. I 100% sympathize, and I get it, because I've been in that boat. I've had the previous consoles, and then a game that I've been following along for over the past several years now all of a sudden is only on the new consoles, and I'm being forced to upgrade. So I get it. I understand that kind of anxiety that then comes over you, is to not be able to keep up with the times, kind of thing. But it is one of those where it is for the best, because we're going to be getting the the latest and greatest, and not only just the latest and greatest, but the kind of best that the makers have to offer at that particular junction. So it's one of those where I can see it on from both sides.
So here, Tony, so when is that map coming out? LOL. You're referring to my map, or you're referring to a different? If you're referring to my map, I don't know. Done. Because now since Selapuki is going to be converting some over, I'm probably not going to have as much help with it as what I did before. I'm still waiting for my stuff to come in the mail, which is really unfortunate. But I'm very excited though, because as soon as I can get it out, the sooner the better. Now, as far as I'm aware, Jonah, sing us a song, Wilty.
Jonah, thank you for the super chat there, bud. I appreciate it.
Oh, the song I want to sing, you don't want me to sing, trust me.
Uh-oh.
Oh. Oh man.
I don't know. Maybe if it's a little bit more, we can talk about maybe some Earth, Wind, and Fire or something.
No, it wasn't that. It's actually a song I put as my ringtone, and I had to change it at my old job because apparently it was too inappropriate.
Oh no!
Which everyone thought it was absolutely funny, and they're like, "That's not inappropriate. It's funny."
Oh no!
But going back to FS25 though, I think another awesome thing is how the water ripples when you drive through it or walk through.
Yes, 100%. So there's the video of the rice planter, and actually there's two things that I want to touch on. So the water rippling, there's the video of the rice planter, and as it drives into the field there that's flooded, all of a sudden you see all the ripples kind of jetting away from the source of the ripple and out to its outer edges. That just is fantastic, absolutely fantastic. To go from what we're used to seeing, which is just a non-reactive, really a non-interactable substance of the water here in FS22, to now all of a sudden it's going to have some kind of dynamic to it, some kind of interactability to it, is absolutely fantastic. Again, it's those small details that are going to make the difference between the FS22 and FS25. And it really does seem that Giants really got everything put down properly when it came to all the details that they wanted to be able to implement. And one of the other things that is really cool that Giants was explaining there at that Q&A was the fact that the floodability system, the fields being able to be flooded, is going to be able to be utilized on all the fields. So you'll be able to actually create it. It's essentially taking the whole fence system and is going to terraform the ground in order to do it for you.
Mhm.
So you're going to be able to take whatever field and turn it into a flooded rice field. That's fantastic. That there
Right.
tells me that they really thought it out and it's like, okay, not only do we want to be able to put in these kind of, bells and whistles to this new game, but we also want to be able to make it to where people are going to then utilize this beyond the maps that we create. Because that was one of the things that I was really disappointed in when it came to the maps like Zelonka and Silver Run Forest. Because me personally, I know Will earlier said that he wasn't crazy about the roller coaster and whatnot. I mean, me personally, I thought that was fantastic. I thought it was a really kind of a cool feature. Now, what I didn't like and what I really was kind of gutted over was the fact that you couldn't utilize those things outside of Silver Run Forest or Zelonka. Now, you could use it for the piano factory for Zelonka. You could build a piano kind of thing in stages and doing it that way. But it wasn't. It didn't have that kind of pizzazz like the yachts had, like the roller coaster had. It didn't have that feel of kind of grandeur, in my opinion. Um, to where the pianos were just like, yeah, you got to see it build and over time you were seeing it further and further progress, but it wasn't as, I mean, like I said, as certainly not as awe-inspiring as the roller coaster, and not as cool as when you're able to launch the boat into the water, you know, for Silver Run Forest. Those were the two things that I thought were just absolutely phenomenal. Um, so,
Now, there's also another thing which I know a lot of people have been requested, and I know that Giants, that yes, not all, but some of the buildings will be enterable. Like for example, like the market, that's like in the center of a barn or whatever it is, because they showed a picture of that. That is enterable, and everything is fully functional, so you can walk up and grab a donut or whatever. And when you actually go to sell something there, like donuts or milk or whatever, you'll actually see it pop up in the store. Which I think is awesome.
oh yeah, I mean, so in the video that I saw, there was the one where they went into the rundown, broken down, looked like a factory, maybe like a grain mill or something, and they
Yeah.
walked in beyond the caution barriers and all that stuff, and they were actually able to go into the upper levels and do all that stuff. Like, again, that level of detail is phenomenal. Every single time that we get more detail, in my opinion, is an absolute hit. And
Now,
go for
oh
it.
sorry, what's up? Um, is that yes, which I know I'm gonna get this question. I don't know if it's gonna be in here. I know that's somewhere else. Yes, councils will still have slot counts, but it's gonna be much higher than what it is. So it's not gonna be 4,400. It's gonna be higher than that. So and they're trying to make it so we can get 10 and which I think is awesome.
Oh, you broke up there. What was that last bit you said?
Said that they're trying to get more than 10 animal pens on consoles.
Oh, now that would be sweet. That would be absolutely sweet if we could get multiple animal pens beyond the 10 limit that we have now. Now, the one thing that I'm really curious about, the one thing I'm really hopeful for, is kind of similar to like what I was saying with the whole buildable, factories and all that stuff. Um, is that something that they are going to limit, like what they did on Zelonka and Silver Run? Are they going to limit it to where it's only available on their maps, or are we going to be able to build a broken down factory, maybe at a discount or something, on, let's say, a mod map? Will we be able to do that? Because I think that would be really cool, is be able to have, like, let's say, purchase a fully functional grain mill for, let's say, $200,000, or buy a broken down one that you then have to build it up with supplies and all that stuff, let's say for $10,000 or $40,000, whatever, like some kind of discounted price. Now, that would be really sweet, in my opinion. Um, well, I haven't heard anything as to whether or not that's going to be the case, but we'll have to kind of see, going forward, if it's going to be carried out throughout all maps or if it's just giant maps.
Right.
Let's see, and I see, Jonah just commented, said, Will, how many cows are on your farm? Whoo! Will, go ahead, bud. Let's hear it. What are you up to now? Are we up to the coveted 10,000?
Not yet.
Not yet. One of those coveted 10,000 because I just thought of it off the top of my head right now.
We're at 6,700.
Wow. That's nuts, man. Now you figure the amount of manure, milk, like all the products and slurry, all that stuff that you're producing on your farm has to be astronomical. You could probably make a small fortune by just selling manure.
I'm spreading manure right now, actually. I'm playing the game while talking.
Multi-talented. I can appreciate that. I can appreciate that very much.
I'll see here. Benji. Well, that's where it comes to. I have a PS2, 3, and 4. The PS5 has been classified as PS2 due to backward capability.
Oh, I think he's going for compatibility.
Yeah. See here, Ken.
Well, maybe oh my goodness! Oh, I didn't see that car coming. Maybe the PS2 identifies as a PS5. We'll see.
Oh jeez, no. It's like, okay, funny story. Someone at my job, it was a couple weeks ago, I got in a conversation with someone I work with, and then this customer had to interject. Later on, find out that they identify as a season.
Huh?
Yeah, exactly. And knowing me, I have to be a smart aleck like I am. And I'm like, you know what? Well, you identify as fall, well, I identify as winter. There's the door. See ya.
Oh my goodness. Well,
here. Ken, Wilty had over 6,000 cows. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, you said 6,600.
I said 67. It's actually 6,750.
Oh,
Jonah, are you using your calculator? No, your calculator.
Oh
my gosh, man.
Jonah. I tell you what, I'll be 100% honest. I really do appreciate the dad jokes. I really do. I've always gotten a big kick out of them. It's one of those that I wish I had a better memory that I could actually like remember some of these, because I know when my girls are older, I'm gonna start telling these kind of jokes. I'm gonna have to like get a book or something, go online and just start like reading these things like the day before and then spring it on them the next day, kind of thing.
Right. Ken, just been invited for the night. Catch you all on stream. Peace out, everyone. And then Burford said, night, Ken. Later, Ken.
Ken, hope you have yourself a fantastic night, and we'll see you again next time. You take care, bud.
Yeah, so, let's see. Another awesome thing about FS20 that I'm actually super stoked for, is that all the mowers, though, and stuff like that have tarps will actually still wave in the wind when you're going down the road, which I think is awesome.
Yes. Oh, and Felipa says, bye BD Gaming. I'm going to go out soon. All right, Felipa. Well, I hope you have yourself a fantastic night as well, and you take care. We'll see you next time.
Later, Felipa. Brady says, hey, everyone.
Brady, how's it going, bud? Hope you're having a fantastic night so far. Yeah, no, that sounds like a really cool feature. It's just all those little details, and it really seems like Giant's really focused on all the little things to make the world just that much more immersive. You know, it's details, And when you can think of those details, here's my big thing when it comes to a game, any game, is when you can get somebody who can think of all those details, who can sit there and really kind of, think of the little things. Most people who are just like the casual player, like let's say somebody who's just firing up Farming Simulator 25 for the first time, or whatever game you're playing, the first time they go on there, they'll be like, oh, well, and they might not even notice, 90% of any of the stuff that's on there. And all of a sudden it's one of those, like, one of us, or one of our seasoned people, like myself, like Will, we'll be like, oh wow, look at this little thing, look at that little thing, and we get enamored with all those little details. Now, I just saw that Rail Fanning Jonah just gifted 1 membership to the channel. Jonah, thank you so very, very much. I greatly appreciate it. And Bradford was gifted that membership. So thank you very, very much, Jonah. Greatly appreciate it. I just got a knock at the window from my wife. I need to pause the stream here. Give me about 10 to 15 minutes, and I will be right back. So, Will, if you want, go ahead and stick around here on the call, and I'll be back here in just a minute.
All right.
am back. So sorry for keeping everybody waiting. Let's see. Will, are you still there?
Mm-hmm.
All right, beauty. So looks like there was a load of chatting going on here. So let's back up to, let's see. I think it was all the way back there at Bradford who said good night to Philippa. Let's see. Let me go ahead and park right here, and then we'll catch back up with everything else. All right. Then we got, let's see. Welcome, Brady. Ugh. And then again, Jonah with the gifted membership. Thank you so much, Jonah. Thank you again. I do appreciate that. And Bradford sure does as well. Says thanks to Jonah. Jonah says, so how was your day, Will?
Oh, I already answered him in the chat.
Oh, well then, I'm behind then. I'm really behind. Let's see. Let's move this out of the way, and I'll keep on going. So we got Bradford says, Wilty, if you're talking, we can not hear you at the moment. Yes. So on the various different screens there, the only one that Will is able to actually talk through, and this is kind of the difficulties of the behind the scenes. I've only got it piped into the whole live view. If I go to the starting screen or the be right back screen or the ending screen, it's not piped through there. So it's one of those where we'll only be able to hear Will, and any future guests will be during the live, not actually kind of behind the scenes or behind the BRBs or anything like that. So let's see. We got Will been saying I'm doing good, Jonah, and said thanks to Bradford. We got Jonah then says, Wilty, what do you use to play Farming Simulator? And Bradford said no problem. Will then said Xbox Series S, PS5, and PC. Oh yeah, he's got the trifecta right there. Got Bradford with the well-rounded, sounds like, very much so. Jonah then says, got to put the phone on the charger, switching to the PC. Nice. And then Will said, right. Okay, Jonah. And Bradford said, WB, welcome back. Thank you, Bradford. I appreciate it. So yeah, we are, let's see, we've been pretty much chatting about FS25, but before we get going on that, let me go ahead and give my normal shout-outs. So, let's see, starting out with right here. I want to give a shout-out to all my Tier 2 members. I want to thank every one of them so very, very much. Mark K, Will T Gaming, who's here with me on stream. Again, we're on a different screen, so he can't talk right now. Rail Fanning Jonah, Pipe and Paul, Wrench Monkey, Ken Adlam, Crazy Chris Sims, Luke, Bernie King, and Philippa Thompson. Thank you all so very, very much. I greatly appreciate every single one of you. And if you're interested in becoming a BDD member, go ahead and check out the link in the description below, or the join button also below, or on the main channel page. There you can gain access to the custom badges, custom emojis. You also get early access to edited content such as the Let's Play series and the channel shorts. All that starts at 99 cents a month. You can also upgrade to the Tier 2 plan, which that is at $4.99 a month. That gets you everything you just heard here, plus a shout out every single live stream. And as I mentioned earlier today, I am going to be implementing a third tier. That third tier will get a customized discount code. So a discount code that is only unique to the individual who signed up to that tier level, plus the opportunity to be able to do exactly what Will is doing here tonight, being able to come on to the live streams themselves and be able to actually talk during the live stream. So one of those that, if you're interested, that will be something that is rapidly coming right around the corner. And Tier 3 also gets everything that Tier 2s and Tier 1s get. So one of those to be on the lookout for. Also want to give a huge shout out to all of my subscribers and everything. We have been just doing a fantastic job here on YouTube. I want to thank every single person out there, because without all of you, this channel would not be what it is today. So now that we're back on the live stream itself, there we go. Now we should be able to hear Will talking if he continues to talk. And we got a whole bunch of custom emojis that you can be gaining access to if you are a channel member. Thank you to Bradford and Jonah for showing off both of those. We got Benji with the eyeball, dog, and thumbs up. And Jonah says, Jinx Bradford. Yeah, right? But, I mean, Jonah, I gotta say, though, bud, he beat you. He was a few steps ahead of you. So, I don't know, you might be slipping there, bud.
Yeah, Jonah, pick it up. Let's go.
It's all good. It's all good. Oh, and we got... Oh, Bradford just subscribed to the channel. Thank you, Bradford. Greatly appreciate it.
You know what's funny?
What's that?
I can sound exactly like Christian Bale's Batman, which I was doing that earlier, and it was freaking a couple people out, but a couple of people thought it was awesome.
Now, you can't make a boast about that without actually doing it here on the channel.
Oh boy. Now I don't know how well this is gonna go. I don't know if creeped out or people are gonna be like, "Oh, dude, that's awesome." So I guess we're gonna find out. Ready?
Let's hear it.
You're excited for FS25? I am.
I love it. Love it. Super excited. Heck yeah. Oh,
Spread manure, baby.
Let's do this.
You know, I was at work today, and I literally was sounding like Batman, and freaked out people. Dude, you sound just like him. Well, because somebody was trying to order, I'm like, you want a Whopper with cheese? Good choice. You want onion rings or fries?
That's excellent. Love it. Love it. Oh my goodness. So where did we leave off on the whole FS25 talk? We were
so we were talking about like ripples in the water and stuff like that, and also like the waving stuff in the wind. There's also swathing base game now too.
Yes, now that I'm really interested in doing, and I wonder if they're going to be setting it up similar to how it is right now, where you get the kind of harvesting bonus if you do the swathing. Because right now, if I'm not mistaken, it's what, like a 5 or 10% bonus to the yield that you get off the crop if you do the whole swathing system. So I'm curious to see if they're going to actually implement that, or if they're going to be doing something that's going to be a little bit different.
Now, did you see like the texture for the swathing? Because when they showed it off in a video.
Oh yeah, it looked legit. Like, it looked really good. You could distinctly see, you know, the actual material, the product that you're supposed to be picking up, and the kind of mixture of the straw. Oh dear, that is not my fault. That is not my fault. Bad worker. But
Bad worker.
You could now that was my fault. But you could distinctly see the difference between the product and the straw when they were showing it in video. Like, it was really detailed. It was really kind of a cool thing to see. So it's going to be one of those where getting that as a kind of base game product, and that was something I was kind of touching on. I don't think I was actually saying it on stream. I think you and I were talking about that when I called to set up the connection, make sure everything was good. But I was mentioning how it just seems like Giants is doing a really good job on taking those features that have been a part of the community, and they did it with FS22. It seems like they're doing it again here on 25, but they're taking those kind of features that worked very well in the modding community and are expanding it out to base game. So like the swathing, for instance, is a perfect example. You know, we had, I think it was BC Bueller was
On
doing the whole
Edgewater, yep.
Yeah, for Edgewater. They were taking all the grain crops and, you know, having the swathing unit to be able to come by and cut down all the product, and then you came by with the pickup header and, you know, did your thing. And it seems like they're kind of taking it from that kind of perspective of the modding community and bringing it into the base game. So it's really cool that they not only have their own ideas, but they're actually taking some from the community, and, you know, it seems like they're upgrading it. And that was something else that we were talking about earlier, was with the whole weather system. You were mentioning how, oh goodness, what was the map maker that they worked with? Was it
Salabuki.
Celebuki? That's it. You were saying how they worked with Celebuki in order to kind of take the ideas from Alma, Missouri, and was it Iowa Plains View, where the rain would affect the roadways, and they kind of, whoops, I'm missing my turn.
Correct.
Where they made it to where it would affect the roadways, but then they kind of upgraded it. They made it to where it was like even better than what Celebuki was doing. So it's just really cool to see them like not only utilizing the ideas from the modding community, but then to really kind of put the adequate resources into it to make it just that next level better.
Right, yeah.
Let's see. So I see that Cade. Hey, how's it going, Cade? Hope you're having a fantastic night so far. Says, what up, BDD? Cade, like I said, hope you're having a fantastic night. It's nice to see you here on the stream. We got Bradford saying, welcome to Cade. We got Cade then says, how are you, Bradford? And Jonah says, I'm wearing your merchandise today. Ah, Jonah. Ah, love it, bud. Absolutely love it. Thank you. Thank you again. What's that, bud?
I still haven't ordered that yet.
Oh, man. Well, I tell you what, it's one of those, oh, you know what? I didn't even show this on my normal go-to. There is a discount code going on right now for everybody who's interested. Let me go to that real quick. It is where it is. There it is. Bam. 10% off of merch for the month of July. Just type in BDD Gaming or BDD July at checkout for the discount code, and you'll get 10% off of your merch. So go ahead and check that out. You will also see items that are tagged here in the live stream. So you can check those out, or you can go to the actual main merch page and you can go through it that way as well. Go ahead and get that out of there. Let's see. Bradford says, I am well. Excellent. Tony says, how about the stars at night?
Yes.
Yeah, so that was one thing that I didn't even really pay too close attention to, but it does seem like it's going to be just that kind of enhanced feature. Again, details.
Also, a brighter moon.
Yes, that's going to be really cool too, especially for us night farmers. You know, anybody who does farming at night, whether you're doing it because you have to or because you want to.
Like me.
Yeah. Well, you mainly do it because you have to. I mean, let's face it, you're spending every waking moment trying to make sure that you're taking care of all those cows.
Yeah.
It might be one of those that you don't mind doing it, but it's more of a necessity than anything.
Right.
I'm pretty sure that if you're not on the farm and you're constantly doing something to perpetuate the cows, that they're just going to be out of food in about 2 minutes in real time.
Pretty close.
Oof, just one of those where, yeah, I couldn't even imagine having that many animals on any of my farms. Now, here's the thing is, I played on a Let's Play series on, it was one of the Cavalier Roy's maps. Why can't I think? Maypole Farm. And on Cavalier Roy's map, he modified the animal pens to be able to have the exaggerated amounts, because I mean, he basically integrated the base game structure, the barns and buildings and all that, with a custom nav mesh for the animals. So they had their own kind of prairie to kind of walk around. So it made sense to be able to have that many animals in one barn or pen kind of thing.
Right.
But I think there were some cow barns that had like 2,000 cows or the ability to have up to 2,000 cows, the ability to have like 2,000 to 3,000 sheep, several thousand chickens, and all this stuff. And I think at the highest, I think I had 100 cows. No, maybe somewhere in that ballpark. Anyways, it wasn't anywhere near what you had. And it was just like, holy smokes! I could just sit here and just pull my hair out thinking about how I'm going to be able to provide all the food, all the mixing for all those animals, and be able to have enough time to rake out and muck out all the manure, to get out all the slurry without it being so full that it's just not producing anything. Like, I couldn't imagine it. I couldn't imagine it.
Yeah, and like the craziest part is it's just me.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's honestly probably the worst part about it. Now, if you had like several players that were consistently with you all the time, then I could see an operation like that being no problem. No problem at
Yeah.
all. It'd be, straightforward. Each person would have their kind of duties for the day and be able to just boop 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 and be done. Maybe do an occasional contract or whatever and you'd be good to go.
Right.
But one of those doing all that work by yourself, I mean, holy smoke, that's pretty much has to be your full-time gig, is just dealing with the cows.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, right now I'm mucking them out. Right now, spreading manure on the fields I put lime down on. And I just gotta say one thing, dude. Joe, Jonah.
uh-oh, I missed something.
No, it's the very last one. It's like two after what Cade said. And speaking of Cade, though, man, it's going. I am having another surgery September 4th in West Virginia. I'm in Ohio. I live in Texas, so lots of travels.
Oh,
Sorry about
man.
that.
Cade, bud, that stinks, bud. But, yeah, I remember you saying how you were having, multiple surgeries and all that stuff. And if I remember it correctly, you're still a really young man. So that's real rough. But I hope you nothing but the best, and I really hope that everything goes good for you. With this next one here. It said September the 4th. I'll tell you what, man. We'll keep you in our thoughts, and hope that everything goes smoothly for you.
100%. Kid also says, and came to West Virginia to meet the doctor.
Oh man. Yeah, just doing all that travel. I mean, by itself, traveling around and being on the road all the time. That's hard all by itself. But then you
Right.
throw into the fact that you're going there with a purpose, for surgeries and all that stuff. That's just exponentially harder. So yeah, man. Like I said, we're gonna be keeping you in our thoughts and wishing you nothing but the best. Hope everything goes well for you.
Absolutely, 100%. Jonah. Cowabunga.
Cowabunga. It's like, wait a minute, when did we start talking about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? And then it's like, oh. Oh no. Let's see. Jonah says, Kate, I feel you. I had brain surgery back in 2014. Oh, wow.
With the light so messed up in the head. What to say?
Let's see. Cade says,
All the dad jokes.
what's that?
All the dad jokes. That's probably why.
Let's see. Cade
Sorry,
says,
Jonah.
just had my birthday on the 7th and turned 18. Yes, sir. Thank you, man. I appreciate it that we got this. Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, I'm not gonna ask what's going on, here on stream. But like I said, if you ever need to chat or anything, being as young as you are, you ever need to chat, feel free to look me up on the socials, and we can certainly take it offline. But one of those, like I said, wish you nothing but the best. I'm really glad that you're able to make it out here tonight for the stream, hang out with us, and have a good time tonight.
And Kate, also let you know too, if you can't get a hold of BDD, you can always find me on Facebook and get a hold of me too. So.
Let's see. Dangman branch surgery. Well, how are you now? And then Jody says, hi. Things going with the. How are things going with the stream? How to get my dog? Had to give my dog a bath. Gotcha. Going so far, I think it's going pretty good. Going pretty solid, I think. Doing a lot of talk about FS25, really looking forward to all the new features that we're going to get. We were just sitting there chatting with Cade and letting him know, that we wish no nothing but the best. Let's see. Jonah says, I'm doing 1,000 times better, Cade. That's good. Absolutely. 100%. Really glad that everything's working out for everybody. It's one of those, like I said, it's a tough road. It's really, not fun, but, all we can do is sit here and wish you nothing but the best.
Right. Exactly.
Let's see. And Kate says, oh snap, yeah, FS25 is coming out in November, right? Yes, November 12th.
Yep.
And yeah, that is going to be 4 days after my birthday. And yeah, I'm so looking forward to it. Just all the things that have been coming out. Like I said, we've been talking a lot about it here on tonight's stream. Well, what was it I was going to dive into the next part of it? I mean, just again, all the details we've discussed so far, but there's the fog system, having the early morning and late evening fog rolling in. That to me just seems like it's going to be really, really cool. And also in the video, you saw how the lighting from the fog when you were in the middle of the night, how it would actually work in real life, how it just scatters out the light because it's refracting the light, and it's bouncing off the water vapor, and it's just making it really difficult to see.
Oh yeah.
All that's just seems really cool. Just a new dynamic in the game. But also we were talking about the roads and them getting wet from the rain and all that. But the things like they keep calling them God rays. The beams of light that are shining through the trees that are making their way, kind of beaming through kind of thing. That, again, just another small detail that is going to be, absolutely huge. Imagine if we were, looking at this tree here. You got the sun kind of over here. You would see these beams of light that are just kind of making their way through the tree and making its way down to the ground kind of thing. Just little things like that just really enhances the feel of a game. So it's just, yeah, one of those. Cannot wait for FS25. Can't wait for it to be November. There's going to be so much going on in November that, yeah, gonna be really looking forward to it.
Also, speaking of the small little teeny tiny detail, how about the vehicles and the equipment actually getting wet when it rains?
Yes, you get to see all the condensation and the droplets that actually form onto the machines themselves. That is next level cool, because again, details. You're gonna hear details a lot tonight,
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, man. Also, another thing which I told earlier, you actually just see the rain and everything get wiped off.
Yeah, so it actually has movement across the vehicles and stuff that. Again, just all those little details that somebody went out of their way to think of. Imagine, like I was saying earlier, the low-hanging fruit, being able to think of all these big, grand things that are easy to deal with and all this stuff. Well, these people are going through and, getting all those high-end fruit, all those things at the top of the tree that not everybody's going to be able to reach, that not everybody's going to even think of to try to reach. So we're getting to see all these little things that to us may seem very little or very minute kind of thing, but it takes time. It takes legitimate time to sit there and to get the proper reactions to when all these different things. I mean, you imagine just the animation for the water ripples. That there is all by itself a huge ordeal to go under, because you have to have now a surface that's going to be interactable. You have to create that. Then once you have that surface, it then needs to be able to detect where that center point is of the source of disturbance, and then ripple from that source of disturbance outwards kind of thing. or in the case of like the tractor, because we were seeing the rice planter, and we haven't even talked about that aspect yet, all the new crops and stuff that we know are coming out. But the rice planter that we saw that was running through, you were actually seeing it create like wakes, not just a ripple, but a wake through the water itself. I mean, that takes the amount of coding and stuff to be able to get that animation just right is astronomical. So yeah, really, really thinking that Giants really stepped it up. They brought their A game and really like is going to be putting out something that's going to be special.
Oh, there's also another small detail too, which I'm excited for, and it's not. It is a small detail, but on the other hand, it's a massive detail. That is, which they showed a little footage of it, of reflections off of like vehicles and equipment. Like when you're driving down the road, you can see like live reflection.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And not only reflection off the vehicles, but reflection off the water and all that stuff as well. Like when you got stationary water, like the rivers and all that, you can actually see the trees creating the reverse image kind of thing. Like all that stuff. I mean, we kind of have something similar to that in the mirrors. You go into first person view and you see the mirrors. It's essentially the same kind of thing in concept, but to really ramp it up to the scale that they did is gonna be the really cool part. And seeing that it's all reflective on the vehicles, reflective on windows and stuff like that, that's gonna be next level stuff. One of the
Well,
details
no,
that go for it.
no, I was going to say 100%.
And one of the details that I really appreciate, like this one, I think is the most underrated detail, and we do get to see that now here in FS22. But one of the most underrated details that I always think sets a map apart from every other map are the maps where when you go to the animal dealer and there's animals at the dealer. That right there is a huge detail to me. And when I see modders add that feature into their maps, and now we're seeing Giants add that in, base, that to me really seems like a huge step forward. Again, because of the details, because I'm so detail oriented, but it's that one element that is relatively simple, but can really help bring a map to life. It can really help kind of push it that one leap forward and really give you that kind of immersive feel. So that's one thing I'm really excited to see, is that not only does it seem like what was it something Bend, something South, I can't remember what it's called, the American map, which is the one they kind of showed it off for. But hopefully that also means that their other two maps will have that as well, where you'll actually see the animals, kind of wandering around in their pens at the animal dealership.
Mhm. Oh, and do you also know from the footage too that there's now steam coming from manure?
Yes. Now there's been maps where I've seen them actually do that, but it's modded maps, and one of them in particular that I can think off the top of my head is the map called Galgenberg. That one there, it has the kind of overcomplicated cow barn system where it has the manure heap and all that kind of built into the pen, but it has a trigger, like you can go over and click a button and it just shows the steam kind of rising up from the manure itself. Now again, small detail, but that detail is just something that really does add to that level of realness, that level of that level of allowing yourself to actually feel like you are the farmer. Not that you're just playing a game, but you are actually there, kind of thing. So it's those are some of the best games where you can actually kind of lose yourself in the immersion of it.
Right.
Let's see. Let's pull in here. Continue to get all these sugar beets.
See here. So Jody says, I can't wait to see how everything everything plain works in the new game. Absolutely.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Um, Jody also says, "I can't wait." Say, say how the weather works.
Oh yeah, and based on what they've shown up until this point, the whole weather system really got a ton of love when it came to FS25. You know, not only have we been talking about like the rain and all that stuff, but we were kind of touching on how the mud and all that kind of sticks to the tires and all that stuff. Like we can see how as we drive around we get dirt that builds up. But what we're going to see is not only are we going to get the ruts and stuff in the field because of the muddy fields and all that stuff, but we're also going to get the kind of buildup of mud on tires and stuff. What we're also going to see is snow building up on tires. And we were discussing how it kind of flings itself off as you're driving off of those specific fields and stuff that's creating the muck. It'll kind of fling off. Well, the same thing with the snow is it'll build up on your tires and then fling off once you're not on a path where there's snow. So it's just all those little weather elements that they're adding, the fog, uh, the god rays, the mud, the muck that sticks. I mean, just the rain, the wet roads, the snowy roads, like all those different features that are going to get added and that are going to be a part of the base game is just absolutely next level kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm. Also, like the snow will also build up in your vehicles and your equipment.
Yes. Yep.
So, Jonah here says, "Will T, to answer your question, I've always been a jokester." I was just messing with you, man. Farmer Groot, what's going on, man?
Groot, how you doing, bud? Hope you're having a fantastic night so far.
He said, "If you need any help, I can try to join."
Appreciate it, Groot. Right now, this is actually not a open game itself. What we're doing here tonight is we're doing a special guest appearance by Will T Gaming here. So in voice only, not in actual game. So greatly appreciate the offer, though. But trying to think of some of the other features that we have seen up until this point, because that was it. Some of the other animals, we're going to be getting different animals. The ones that
water buffalo.
The water buffalo. Yep, that's one of them. Now I've heard speculation as to what the other ones could be. I think it was Farmer Cop was saying that, potentially something like goats could be something else and would be relatively easy to bring into the game because, basically you take the same model as sheep. And
baby animals.
Yeah, baby animals. That one, have they actually confirmed that one, or is that still speculative?
Well, now they kind of hinted at it in a certain way. It was a interview with Kermit because who was it? It was over the farm sim show with DJ and Clutch. They asked about baby animals, and he said, "I can't comment at this time. More information at FarmCon. But what I can say is that there's going to be a new introduction."
Okay. So yeah, it's one of those that, based on how you're describing it, there's the possibility of them kind of touching on that, like the DJ and Clutch, like them touching on it, and maybe that he's just kind of dancing around the question, but it's also possible that he's just kind of, these are the things I can and can't talk about, so he's just kind of naturally deflecting.
Oh.
So maybe, here's the thing, is if we got baby animals base game, that would be absolutely nuts.
Right.
But my gut tells me that it's not going to happen. Here's why. we saw the animal dealer, and we saw the animals running around from the animal dealer. I really doubt that Giants would have coded it specifically to where only adults were showing there at the dealer, but rather they probably would have had the mixture of the adults and babies in and around the same area. So that's kind of why I'm kind of hesitant as to say, well, maybe there's babies, maybe there isn't, kind of thing. I mean, who knows? It's certainly possible, but that would really surprise me if they were having that much forethought as to drive through the animal dealer, showing off all the animals at the dealership, and it not
Right.
taking in the babies into account.
Right.
Let's see. Groot says, gotcha, that's cool. And Ricky, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic morning so far. Says, hey, morning. Let's see. So we got the animals. We got the... so that was the other thing. It was goats was one of the ones that they were speculating. And the other one, what was the other one? I couldn't remember what the other animal that they were speculating.
I think they said rabbits.
Yeah, I think it was rabbits. Which, I mean, rabbits would be okay. I mean, I wouldn't be too one way or the other when it came to rabbits, because it would just be another animal to kind of raise and fatten, kind of thing. I don't think that you'd be able to like actually utilize them for anything besides that. So kind of like the way that pigs function in game right now. And then the goats, on the other hand, that could be cool because that can open up the possibilities of, like goat cheese and goat's milk and all that kind of stuff. So I mean the expansion of that as a product, could be really cool. But I don't know, rabbits would basically be like a new version of chickens.
Right.
Well, not even chickens, really.
We do know 100% water buffaloes are going to be there. We know that 100%. Now for like the year one season pass for like the big expansion, because we're getting like that UK base map coming with the expansion.
Yes.
If you look in the background, which I actually enlarged it and zoomed as best as I could, I tried to like fizz out the little scrubbies, I guess, after you zoom in a little bit. I saw Highland cows.
Oh.
Now, I don't know if they're going to be coming base game or if they're going to be part of that map. But they definitely had fur on them, and a couple of them had horns. So I know for a fact, you put them two together, you get Highland cows. The only reason I know that is my parents have Highland cows. So that's how I know.
Okay.
So,
Now that would be pretty sweet. But yeah, you're right. I mean, is it something that they might be? Is it something that's part of that specific, like kind of brochure, like that kind of screenshot, or is it something that they are like going to add base game, or is that something that they're like? There's many potential possibilities, or is it just something that somebody threw in because reasons, kind of thing? You know what I mean?
that's a great question for that one.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and that would be something to bring back to the Giants and be like somebody at Giants be like, hey, we see Highland cows in the picture here. Is that one of the animals that are coming to? But I mean maybe one of the things that they're planning on doing is giving us more breeds of animals. Kind of like how we have like what is it like half a dozen or 8 to 10 different styles of horses, all the different breeds and whatnot. Maybe they're bringing that in, maybe they're bringing in like different breeds of cows, different breeds of sheep, so on and so forth, because that could be a possibility as well.
Right. Now I'm gonna ask this, and I already Well, I don't think BDD has yet, but who here has already pre-ordered the game?
Well, unfortunately, I have not, but that is changing here next week. Yeah, next week. So one of those that it's going to happen is just got to sort out life first. Wait a minute, what is that?
I,
What is this?
oh no, it's completely
Oh
understandable.
no! Look what I found. I found little piggies. Boop.
Look at that.
Booyah.
Felipa says, bye, Will T Gaming. See you later, Felipa.
Felipa, hope you have a fantastic night. We'll see you again next time. Let's see. Groot says, I was going to think about it. Gotcha.
I also know, for me, I already pre-ordered on my Xbox station, and I already pre-ordered the Collector's Edition for PC.
Oh, nice.
And for the PC version, it actually comes with something that's very, very, and it's called a ignition lock. So, and it's actually fully functional. So you can actually hook it up, and when you get into a vehicle, you can actually start your vehicle with it.
Oh, no, that is cool. Yeah, I saw that was part of the a part of the collector stuff, and I wondered if it was going to be like actually functional. But yeah, that is pretty sick, because it was what they had the warning globe, like the little warning lights, like the strobe. That's it, the strobe lights.
Yeah.
That's
Beacon.
the word I'm looking for. The beacons. Thank you.
Yeah.
For last year's
Yes.
collector's edition, or last game.
Which actually is a big surprise to a lot of different modders and a lot of people who play on PC got it. They weren't that impressed. The only person I feel like that was impressed was DJ Gohan, because he decided to make a minion hat out of it, and he had like 3 of them. He had 2 on each. He had one once. He had 2 on each side, and then 1 up top. So he had 1 on the left side, 1 on the right side, 1 up top, and he turned it on and go beep boop beep
Beep
boop.
boop, beep boop. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I could definitely could see that.
Joan asks, how's the baby doing?
Oh, she's doing fantastic. Yeah, she turned 5 weeks old yesterday. So one of those where actually today we took her in for a doctor's appointment, and she is 8 pounds 15 ounces. Yeah, she's doing spectacular. Yep. It's one of those where now this is our second child, and it really blows my mind on just how different of an experience it is from my oldest daughter to my youngest daughter. For an example, my oldest daughter, she is like a light when it comes to going to sleep. You know, she will be up 1 second and then just boom, she's out. And she's very much like me in regards to that. Like, I have no problems falling asleep. She's exactly the same way. Now, my youngest daughter, and it was like this. Let me go back. For my oldest daughter, it was like this from the beginning, all the way up until now. It's one of those that she's never had an issue with falling asleep. The younger one is, I don't want to say the exact opposite. And it's not that it's like she's bad about getting to sleep, but it just takes a little bit extra to put her to sleep. So it's just that kind of difference between the two. And you kind of see that, like, I got to experience, how my oldest one was at this age, and now I'm seeing it again, but it's different. And I guess I just wasn't expecting it to be as different as it is. Figure, oh, well, baby's going to be a baby. How radically different. Perfect example is after her feedings. My oldest daughter, for those people who may not know, is after you feed a newborn or an infant, you have to burp them. You have to, otherwise they can get uncomfortable. It's too much pressure and whatnot, and they get upset and cry. My oldest daughter, no issues whatsoever, none. You'd be able to just throw her up over your shoulder, give her a couple pats, and burp, and then she's done. The younger one, she is way more difficult, and so much so that my wife has gotten to the point where she just hands her to me sometimes, and it's like, you know what, you try, kind of thing, because she's just sitting there and just pounding on her back for 15, 20 minutes and nothing. And I'm starting to figure out like the little tricks to get her to pass the gas, kind of thing. So it's just finding out those little things, those little differences. So, yeah. Long story short, she's doing fantastic there, Jonah. Thank you for asking.
Here, Ricky. I'm gonna assume what it is, Ricky. It says no storage, keeping it on open, which is weird because both of those are ended with question marks. Which is kind
yeah, Ricky, if you could elaborate as to what you're saying there, because I'm not quite sure what you're asking there, bud.
Jonah, how's Jasper doing today?
Oof. So,
really?
Oh my goodness.
Ask?
Well, apparently Jasper took over the sugar beet harvester here because I wasn't paying attention. Now I'm halfway down the other end of the field. You know what's funny is I made a joke about this when I was testing the connection with Will earlier, but with the whole fog system here in FS25 coming up, that's gonna make for some really kind of creepy, backdrops, and a perfect scene for Jasper to come out and kind of do his thing and wreak havoc.
Right. Oh, speaking of that, how about like the shadows? Like, if your lights hit like another tractor, it'll boost the shadow out, which I think is awesome.
Yes. Again, it's just those details, man. It's those small details that are going to, for players like us, we're going to notice those, and we're going to really like be in awe over them. I can't sing the praises of Giants enough. And what's really funny is we only have gotten a taste for everything right now. I guarantee you that they've held some things back. They've had to have. They're not going to just, shoot everything off to us all in one, one kind of quick event like FarmCon. They're going to slow roll a lot of details and a lot of features. This is my thinking. They're gonna wait, and they're gonna slowly build out until finally, we get like the other shoe drops.
I think it's funny because I was talking to someone the other that plays Farm Sim, and he actually lives 35 minutes away from me. Because I saw him out the other day at Walmart. Because I was talking to Bree about Farm Sim. And then I went to go use the bathroom. Then I came back out, and then there's a guy who was like, "Hey, you were talking about Farm Sim." Well, we got a conversation. But for the amount of stuff that I knew, he asked me if I was a Giants partner, and I said no. He's like, "Why not?" I'm like, "Why not?" Because no one likes my YouTube channel. That's why. I was making a joke on him, but.
I tell you
like,
what,
well, you should.
I tell you what, man. Like I said, it's not me just blowing smoke. It's like when I really have like a question, like you're the person I go to ask, because it's one of those I know you pay attention as to all those little nitty gritty details. And I was kind of tongue in cheek saying earlier, the Encyclopedia of Farming Simulator, but yeah, it's pretty true. Like, especially. Like when we were first kind of meeting, you were just getting to know the channel and all that. and you would come on and be like, oh yeah, did you hear about custom moddings and their John Deere 9R XT and this, that, and the other thing? It's got this feature and that. Like, you're just rolling this stuff all off the top of your head. It's like, holy smokes. Now don't get me wrong. Like I said, I'm 40 years old and I have a terrible memory. It drives my wife nuts. She'll sit there and she'll be telling me something. It's like, okay, don't forget, tomorrow you got to do X, Y, and Z. 5 minutes later, I've already forgotten. And it's not like I'm not paying attention. It's not like I'm doing this maliciously or anything. It's just one of those that, unless it's something that is like in the here and now, it just doesn't stay. It just absolutely doesn't. So one of those, I take notes all the time. I've got notes strewn about everywhere. Like my office desk, is just notepad after notepad after notepad, and it's just all these little notes of me just trying to remember. Okay, I got to remember to do this. Got to remember to do that. I just cannot keep all that kind of information just around.
I can. I got a good memory.
I tell you what, I wish. I wish.
Let's see here. Tony says, wait till they get older and start to form their own personality.
Oh, Tony, without a doubt. And what's wild is my oldest daughter, she's about 2.5, and I can already see it. I can already see that personality starting to form in her, and it's absolutely mind-boggling to me. Just seeing how animated and how energetic she can get. It's really fun to see how she gets. Like, perfect example. There are times where she's just happy as can be, and she is an extremely happy kid. Like, there's very little where she kind of gets bent out of shape over. But every once in a while she'll wake up and she's kind of in a mood, like it just off, and you just kind of have to be extra, like, kind of holding, like she just wants to be held and she wants to like just be close by kind of thing. And like this morning was one of those kind of mornings where she woke up and she was just kind of, I don't want to say whiny, but just like she was just not like her energetic, happy self kind of thing. So normally I walk into the bedroom after she wakes up to go get her, and first things out of her mouth, "Hi, Dada," kind of thing. And she's really happy to see me, and then she'll start like talking. I can't understand a word she's saying, unless she like really kind of emphasizes what it is she's saying, but most of the time it's just babble. And she'll sit there and kind of just be all happy, energetic. It's like, okay, do you want to get out of the crib? And she does one or two things. She'll either like kind of sit up and make it to where I can pick her up, or she'll sit there and play a game where she'll roll over and be face down on the mattress, and she's like, I hiding kind of thing. So it's just one of those, like, she's normally really happy. But this morning she wakes up and she's just kind of like fussy and like, okay, you want to get up? Like, no, hi, Dada, right away, the kind of thing. And yeah, it's funny just to kind of see how she's already forming that personality, how it's like already, and I tell you what, she is an absolute ham when it comes to her personality too. Like, if she sees herself in a mirror, like, she sits there and she just has this full-blown conversation. Like she's talking to somebody and she's having this whole story time kind of event. It's kind of wild to kind of see, because like I said, she just all of a sudden starts talking, gets really animated. Again, it's all babble. I can't understand the word she's saying, but then she'll be like, oh, and she'll like kind of pose in front of the mirror, and it's like, oh my God, you're going to be a handful one of these days. You're going to be all about the looks and all that kind of stuff, and I'm not going to be sure what to do about it. that's just how I imagine just how animated she gets in front of that mirror and stuff. So yeah, it's it's fun. It's one of the best things I've ever done with my life is become a father, um, and one of those that I look forward to every day, seeing how she grows and how she grows up, and I'm looking forward to the same thing when it comes to the younger one. Is just seeing that kind of personality and how she develops and how much how much the older one knows, how much that she really kind of grasps concepts and stuff. Like perfect example, like I said, she's about 2.5 right now. Her birthday's in February, and she already understands like very basic concepts, like when she's done with her bottle in the morning to go and put it in the sink. Like she understands like small routines and stuff. Um, it's funny. It's just really cool to kind of see how all that stuff kind of shakes out.
Nice. Groot, you're not weird, dude. Yeah, so Farmer Groot says, I'd be happy with Hazard's house. I know I'm weird, lol. You're not weird, man. I mean, I would love to see Hazards on council, but I don't think that'll ever happen.
Oh, what do you mean
Maybe
by
those,
hazards? What does that mean?
like your four ways.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that would be something that would be pretty cool. I don't see why that would be such a hard thing to do. It would just be a button combination because I know they have it on base on PCs, don't they?
Yeah, it's like a keyboard function. I think it's like R or something like that. I forgot. Um, it's actually funny you bring up PC though, because in about a month and a half, I'm buying something new for my new PC, and I'm excited for that. And that's the Hori steering wheel, the one like the
Oh, nice.
so and I'm by the end of this year, going into next year, I'm hoping to actually start my farm sim setup because by the end of this year, Bree and I should know from my parents, um, then get the final say, get the final lease thing saying that we're renting to own, which is nice because then we can do anything to the house, and then we're gonna start working on my stream room. And then once that's all done, yeah.
Oh, that's awesome, man.
Um, let's see. Jonah says I like it. Uh, Bradford says open there. My girlfriend had a 6-year-old daughter and 9-week twin boys when we met. The boys will be 16 in a week. The difference between the twins.
16 in a week. Difference. Oh yeah, and it's wild. Even because I actually was friends with a set of twins growing up, and it was wild and just how different their personality. Even though they look identical, the personalities between the two were just night and day. Just absolutely like one was very like introverted, very like inward focus kind of thing, and the other one was the exact opposite. Was a complete extrovert, was always like in the middle of everything. His brother, though, he would always want to kind of be out in the shadows and just kind of not, like, he was more of a listener. It was very similar to me. Like, most people wouldn't know this about my personality, but you know I'm very much not the same kind of person when it comes to these live streams, when it comes to the Let's Plays and whatnot. The way that I kind of present myself here on stream is way different than what I am in real life. I'm very kind of toned back and reserved, and I listen more than I speak because, it's one of those, that's just kind of how I was raised, how I was taught, is, make sure that you're doing more listening than you are speaking, unless what it is that you're adding to the conversation is vital, kind of thing. But
I'm like the complete opposite. uh, um, let's see here. Tony says nice. Bradford says, and our youngest girl is 7 years old. Nice, very nice. Jonah says, I had fun tonight, everyone. I gotta go. I've got work in the morning. All right, Jonah. Have a night, bro.
Jonah, is great hanging out with you again. Hope you have yourself a real good night. You take care, and we'll see you again next time. And again, thank you for the gifted membership. Thank you again very much for that. Very, very much appreciate that.
Absolutely. Jonah says, "Stay safe and stay happy, everyone." You too, man.
You too, bud. You take care.
Brad says, "Night, Jonah." Bradford also says, Hazard's default PC. Yeah, it's keypad number 2. Yeah,
okay.
so you press number 2, and then now all the hazards come on. It's awesome. I mean, it's easier to do that on PC than it is console. I hate saying it, but
well, it's one of those that I would just imagine that would be just a button combination. I mean, we've got so many. Whoa, easy. One of those where we got so many different button combinations that could be available here on PC on consoles that it's shocking that that's not one of them. But I mean,
right.
I'm sure like there's plenty of people smarter than I am when it comes to the whole programming aspect and whatnot. I mean, I'm sure there's a reason why it isn't a part of the game, kind of thing, or at least for consoles. I'm sure of it. But yeah, I'm trying to think some of the other things that I wanted to talk here.
The crops look phenomenal. They look full.
Oh yeah, they look so full and lush. Oh my goodness, yeah, they look spectacular. Like, so at the beginning of all my videos, I have the kind of wheat that's just kind of dancing in the wind and all that, and I remember seeing the wheat in game in one of the videos, and I'm like, whoa, that just looks exactly like my introductory video. Like, it just blew my mind when I saw that.
I'm excited to see what corn looks like, honestly.
Oh yeah, corn. Oh, that was something else that we haven't discussed yet, was the different crops.
Yeah, so there's spinach, which I'm kind of intrigued. Then there's also 2 types of rice. So you got wet rice, and you got dry rice. Now, dry rice is the kind you'd more see in America, which you harvest with a normal harvester. I actually found out, yes, that you seed the dry rice with a normal seeder. So what you do is you actually seed the field, then you flood. Unlike the wet rice, which is where you actually flood the field and then you use the specific planter for it, the specific seeder. So I found that out.
Now that's really cool, because as far as I was aware, the kind of dry rice was more like things that you would see here in North America, and then the wet rice you would see more for the like the Asian base mapped. So it was one of those, kind of seeing those two being distinguished was being it's something that was going to be really cool. And yeah, spinach is something that could be cool, could be something that's like meh, kind of a throwaway almost. But
like potatoes.
yeah. I mean, I don't think it's going to be like potatoes. I think the premium expansion kind of tapped out the whole root crop potential. Because I mean, personally, I don't know a ton of people who are like, oh yeah, let me go and do a potato harvest because I want to, or let me go do a sugar beet harvest because I want to. I'm sure there's people out there. I'm sure that they exist, and I'm sure they're happy, with the premium expansion and all that stuff. But I think most people are kind of along the vein of, if I have to do it, if I have to do sugar beet, if I have to do this in order to get to this next part of the chain or whatever, if I need to use sugar beets for pig feed, okay, well, I don't want to, it's going to take forever, but I'll figure it out.
Right.
I think that's kind of the standard. That's what I gotta do. I'm sitting here trying to make mental notes of all the things I need to do, and one of them is to come over here and pick up all these bags over here and throw them into storage because I keep forgetting I have a storage system right over there that I could be throwing these into. But then at the same time, I also need to get some cows. I've got silage, I've got straw and hay. I need to get some cows.
Let's see here. Uh,
Where's my train? Oh, there it is.
Wretch Mucky is Wrench. It's a great stream as always, BDD. Gotta hit the hay. I have work. See you. Have a good night, man. You too, man.
You too, Wrench Monkey. I hope you have yourself a fantastic night, and we'll see you again next time. You take care.
Yeah, so I'm just overly excited.
I don't think I've ever been this excited for a single game. And that may sound like a pretty big statement right there, because I've been a gamer pretty much my whole life. I started out on the original Nintendo. Actually, no, take that back. I started on the original Atari. That's how long I've been gaming. So yeah, it's been, the majority of my life is been gaming. So it's one of those that I don't think I've ever been as excited for a single game as I have for this one. And the reason I say that is because Farming Simulator to me is one of the only games out there where I can honestly say I've dedicated the most time to ever to a single game. I've played hundreds, if not thousands, of games in my life, and this is probably the single most played game I've ever had. And the reason I'm so excited is because I found a game where it genuinely feels like the manufacturers, Giants in this case, genuinely care about what it is their players are going to be picking up and playing on. It genuinely feels like they want to make something that's special, that's good, and is going to look good on their company. I'm used to dealing with companies like EA Sports and so on and so forth that only care about the bottom line, only cares about their profit. So they're going to do everything in their power to center their gaming experience about how can we extract the most out of the individual player? How can we get that, extra DLC money? How can we get this, this, that, and the other thing out of the player? And it does fit that whole realm of, oh, it's just a skin, or it's just a reskinned, previous game iteration. It's just this, it's just that. So it's one of those where I'm used to feeling that way all the time when it came to games. This is the first time where I've actually had a game where I can actually feel like that sense of pride that is a part of, being a part of a smaller creator, to where the actual creators themselves value what it is that they're putting out there. Is all that making sense? Am I just kind of bloviating here?
No, it makes sense to me. I mean, I'm actually happy that Giant Software actually dropped Focus, and that they decided, oh, you know what? Well, we're gonna release our own game. We're gonna publish our own game. Because with Focus, I can guarantee you probably none of the stuff that we're getting now will happen.
Yeah, I could definitely see that.
So, I'm just trying to think of. I'm pretty sure we caught up on everything for Farm Sim 25. Pretty sure we almost talked about everything.
Yeah, I mean, if we haven't touched on something, feel free, somebody go ahead and throw it out in the chat and let us know, because one of those, yeah, we've been pretty extensively talking about FS25 at
Yeah.
this point. So one of those where I can't think of much else, but
Right. Um. Yeah. Let's talk about the mods for this week so far.
okay.
Um. Well, what'd you think of that Fed pack that came out on FarmCon
From
Saturday?
FarmCon, I'm not impressed. I'll be honest with you, I'm not impressed. It's one of those, it looks unique, it looks interesting, but it's one of those kind of mods where I think I'd probably use it maybe once and then just kind of discard it.
I wouldn't use it at all. That's why
Yeah.
I didn't even grab it. Um. Now I was super excited for Monday though. When I saw custom modding's 9R get released, I got super excited for that.
Oh yeah, no, and the 9R looked great. I think the picture that was in the main splash screen, for the mod hub there, I think that picture with the big old massively fat tires just was incredible. Like that whole look just has a presence about it. It's,
Yeah, yeah, it's kind of like I don't want to use the same exactly word. It's got a bunch of swear words in it, but it's like mess around and find out. Basically, kind of tires. Like, let's go, bring it
yep,
on.
yep. Yeah, and that's it. It just it's so large, it's so impressive that it just has that presence, that imposing kind of feel to them. Here, let's actually just have a worker.
I actually have it on my map with the dozer blade attached to it.
Nice.
So, also, Celebuki announced it on Facebook though that Goldcrest Valley, guess how many downloads it hit today?
Oh, it's probably hit, I would imagine, probably millions.
1 million downloads.
Wow.
And he even said it's his favorite map besides Elma. Like, he keeps going back to it to play on it.
I'll be honest with you, I don't. That doesn't surprise me whatsoever. It's got that charm, Goldcrest Valley, especially his version. Now I know there's two separate versions on the mod hub, and his is absolutely 100% superior in my opinion. The addition of the extra production points, the just everything about it just seems cleaner, crisper, and more FS22E, if that makes sense.
Right. I gotcha.
One of my least favorite maps for FS22 is, and don't get me wrong, it's a good map, but it's one that I would never play, I would never spend any amount of time on, is Sosnovka here for FS22.
Oh,
it's one of my least favorite maps, and it's because it feels like what Sosnovka would be when it first released. Like back in, I think it was FS17? Or was it 15?
15.
Was it 15?
Yeah. And then it came into 17, and then it came to 19 here. I do know that what was it? Lost my train of thought.
But no, it's one of those, like, it just doesn't feel like an FS22 map. It feels like an FS15. You know what? It feels like an FS15 map with the 22 clarity.
Right.
And that's what always drove me nuts about that map. It's a very pretty map. It looks very nice, and it had a ton of potential. Now, if I think a creator like Celebuki got a hold of it, that would probably be one of my more favorite maps. because it would have all the updated production points. It would feel like a Farming Simulator 22 just in the Sosnovka skin. But that one there, it's just sell points and a biogas plant. That's really all it is. And it's just really kind of a shame because of how nice the map it really is. But Celebuki and their version of Goldcrest Valley is the exact opposite, to where I feel like the other version of Goldcrest Valley is pretty much just on par with Sosnovka, as it doesn't have a lot of that kind of FS22 charm, the production points, the kind of, it basically feels like a reskin, as we've been talking about throughout a good chunk of this night here, is it just feels like something we've already seen and hasn't been brought into the 22 universe.
Well, because Puma 145, the person who converted both those, actually, the other was Sonoska and the other version of Goldcrest. They stated when they stated that they were going to try to keep it as the original look, as close as they could to it, and that's one reason why they got reviews. Not that they got horrible, because it's FS22. It's not like, don't get me wrong, like I appreciate them like the original of it, right? But on the other hand, it's like, come on, man, it's like, it's like, what was it, like Chellington Valley from FS17? Love the map on FS. Still my favorite game. One of my favorite maps on 17, besides Lone Oak. When Chellington came to 19, it was way better. I don't know how I feel that it would have been good on 20. There are some maps that shouldn't even come over, honestly. My personal opinion.
Oh yeah, no, I'm right there with you. It's sometimes there's a map that is just so good that if it's what? What is up with these collisions? What is up with these collisions? There we go.
I'm on my last load right now for manure.
Oh man, I didn't even look how much that was. 3,000. Okay, 3,000 liters. So, oh my goodness, it's way too late to do math.
Right.
All right, it's a 30,000 liter tub. Let's see, hold on. Math time.
Oh boy.
So 12,000 liters of silage, 12,000 liters of hay, and let's see, 6,000 liters of straw. Okay, math is over.
That was fast.
one of those where, it's now what, 12 o'clock in the morning, both yours and my time. Obviously for reasons, for the channel and all that stuff, I go pretty late. I'll be up typically between, I don't know, 1 to 3 o'clock in the morning when it comes to being able to do things for the channel and all that stuff. Like a late night is not, too out of the normal for me. But then I have, two kids under 3 to go and deal with as well. So one of those where, trying to do math and simple things like that, it's like, nope, I'll just bust out the calculator.
Right, exactly. That's exactly how I am. Wait a second, I got a calculator.
So I got a piece of machinery that's way smarter than I am. So let me take advantage of it.
Exactly.
Well, and apparently we got some of the kids coming home from being out and about. What is going on here? Come on, there we go. But and no, there was somebody driving by the house there, and they're blasting their sound system.
Yeah, here you can't blast music after 2 o'clock, and you can't blast it before 6:30.
Oh wow, really?
Mm.
I mean, I'm
There's
sure the laws are like that too, but around here, but it's one of those where people just don't have any F's to give.
Right. People don't care.
Yep.
uh,
It's
well, it's
honestly
like,
part of the reason why my wife and I are looking to move is we're just not happy with where we're at, and it's the neighborhood. It's like pretty much everything that is antithetical to what it is that we want to be around. Like if I had my way, I would be on a plot of land, nobody around for miles in any direction, and just nothing but crickets and quiet.
sounds so nice. Just
Because it's one of those where a lot of people, I think I've mentioned this on the channel before, but one of those where, oh wait a minute, uh-oh, I do need this, and it just dawned on me that I meant to bring over the pallet forks as well. Darn it. But one of those that I grew up on a 300-acre farm, then moved from there to a 12-acre home with, while still living with my parents. And then from there, moved down to Florida, where we were on like half-acre plots. So quite a big reduction from what I grew up with. So I grew up in the country and all that stuff, and one of those that I enjoyed it. I enjoyed being out in the middle of nowhere and whatnot, and especially now that I'm older and being less enthralled with random people here and there. One of those that I want to be able to get back out in the middle of nowhere and not have to worry about things.
I like me. I know. What was it? Yeah, the other day there was someone that actually went flying down our street at 3 o'clock in the morning, and I got woken up by it. And all I could hear is.
Oh,
and it just got loud. It got louder and louder. My wind. By the time they passed, I was like, "Holy cow, dude!" It's like it's 3 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, see, it's things like that that just drive me up an absolute wall, because, like, I try my best to be fairly mindful of people around me. No,
Right.
Here's the thing: is I'm not perfect. I'm certainly not going to be, like Mr. Hush and Mr. Quiet about every little thing kind of thing. There's certain times and places for certain things. I recognize that. But
Right.
I live in a residential neighborhood. There's people all around me kind of thing. And it's one of those, like, I would never in my wildest dreams think that it was appropriate to go driving by at any time of day with a system that, costs probably more than the car value itself does. and driving down just for everybody to hear it. Like, I never understood that, like, kind of mentality of, not being, or not caring about anything or anybody around you so much as to be that rude or disrespectful, especially coming down like a residential area. And the unfortunate part is where I live, it's basically a throughput from one area to the next. So there's cars that'll just drive down the street. They'll go flying down at like 40, 50 miles an hour. It's a 30-mile-an-hour zone. Got people that'll drive by and just blasting music, and it's just rude. It's just general rudeness. And I just never understood that about, just in general, of somebody being that unaware or uncaring. So I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's one of those where how I grew up and how I was raised.
I just realized it's almost 12:30. Holy cow! And now No, I actually got Bree and I house cleaner starting today. Actually. You yeah, she's coming over at 8 o'clock.
Oh wow.
Awesome.
Well,
Yeah,
if you need to take off or anything, feel free to go ahead and take off. It's not.
no, it's all right. Well, I should get up and stretch. I've been sitting for too long. I gotta walk around for a minute. But no, I just can't wait to get my whole farm. Like, see, I want to call it farm sim set up because that's basically what the whole streamer set up. Because the table I have, I'm actually gonna be getting rid of, my computer desk. So I'm getting I'm actually mounting the screens on the wall. Um, and so then I'll just have my PC there. But I'm also gonna have like a chair, like a frame that you can buy. It's like a racing frame. You ever seen those before?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
So basically, it's a frame that you can get like a seat. It comes with a racing seat, and you can mount like a steering wheel, a shifter, and pedals on it. Um,
Oh, okay, okay. I know what you're talking about.
um, so I'm gonna get one that's very sturdy and durable. 'Cause I'm not the smallest guy in the world. um, the um, but I'm instead of having a racing seat because it's come with a chair that actually belongs to the telehandler. Um, I'm getting one of those off of Amazon. And I'm actually getting a fully functional, full motion platform that's going to go between the seat and the frame. My brother's going to hook it up to FS5 from. So basically, what happens is that when you're driving, you hit a bump. Actually,
Oh, that would be awesome.
and then that's how that too. With the Hori steering wheel and the whole side panel it comes with, and then on top of that, too, you also have like the ignition system that's coming with the pre-order thing with the collector's edition with PC.
Oh man.
So
See, what you ought to do is you ought to set up your station, like however you're gonna set it up. There was one I saw a while ago where it was literally, it looked like one of those piloting simulation areas where basically what they did is they were playing Farming Simulator, and they basically took um, television monitors, like 75-inch television monitors, but they turned it vertically. So instead of the TV being horizontally laid, they laid them vertically, and they had three of these TV monitors, and they were basically in a square, but minus the back kind of thing,
right,
and they were
right.
basically surrounding the entire gaming chair. Well, then they had it set up to where the within first person they were sitting there playing their game, but they had the steering wheel, the joystick, they had the foot pedals, the whole 9 yards. Like everything was all set up, and what they were doing is they were showing how they were basically farming for trees. They were working a tree harvester, and it was just they were right on top of it, so it looked like you were legitimately like in first person. You're looking around, you're having to swivel your head around and all that stuff. It was just absolutely nuts. It was the most insane setup I've ever seen in my entire life.
Yeah.
But you could tell they had like a small fortune just invested in this setup, because like I said, three 75-inch TVs, a few $100s per TV kind of thing. It just
A few.
yeah, yeah. Well, one of
I mean,
those.
I have an 86-inch in my living room, and this was $1,100.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, but besides that too, I also have a Tobii eye tracker.
Oh yeah. Nice. Nice.
So for my PC. So if I ever play FS22, well, I can't right now, as it is. I'm waiting on my new thing coming in mail. But the Well, basically, if I'm in cab of a tractor and I move my eyes, will actually move the camera.
Yeah, that's nuts.
Awesome.
That kind of technology is just absolutely insane. Let's see. I just
I
saw Tony says I'm going to take off to bed. That is. Have a good night, all. Tony, thank you for coming out tonight. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Hope you have a fantastic night, and you'll see you again next time, bud. You take care.
later, Tony. Um, and I still can't believe that someone literally asked me how come I'm a job partner. Just because I know all this stuff, and it's like, I mean, I'm like, I would love to be a Giants partner, but unfortunately not. I just pay attention to everything.
Well, and that's the thing is, you would make a good Giants partner just because of all the knowledge that you have, kind of thing. So it wouldn't shock me that somebody would mistakenly think that you were a Giants partner or somebody who worked at Giants, kind of thing, with the amount of knowledge that you have. So it's
Someone,
like I said, wasn't blowing smoke when I said like an encyclopedia of farming sim knowledge.
I mean, to be fair though, I've been playing Farming Simulator since 15, was it? Um, the it's funny because I remember on Facebook, I remember hearing the one someone commented on it and asked if I worked for Giant Software,
Oh wow.
and I was like, no, why? And they're like, dude, because the whole entire fact that I've never met someone who knows so much about Farming Simulator, who knows so much about these modders, that it's like it's like every few minutes it seems like you're posting something about modders. It's like, or the game. It's like, and I'm like, no, I talk to a lot of modders. That's about it. Like, I don't work for Giants. And then I remember he commented back and he said, well, you should.
Well, and that's the thing is like, if you sit there and you're going around the entire community and you're talking to all the different modders, you're talking about to all the different people that are actually working for the company and all that stuff. Like you're gonna have all that all that knowledge and all those like little tidbits and whatnot. So like I said, it doesn't shock me that you know this much, because I know that you're reaching out to these people all the time. You're talking to them, and you're actively engaged in the community. So, where somewhere there is a marker for me to take stuff out in.
I'm pretty sure that Jasper just joined my game because the whole entire fact that I had a car almost hit me.
I tell you what, man, Jasper is a little mischief maker. Let's see. So it's 4,000 liters more than I anticipated.
Yeah, so right now I'm actually driving Dince Modding's 8R that he came out with.
Okay.
For all platforms, and I got it was the Agritechnica 24. It's like 23 or 24.
Oh.
It's got the lightning design on.
Okay.
I'll take a screenshot. I took a bunch of screenshots. That's the best.
So I just need to take a minute and just like who here knows of the Jean-Luc Picard, the head rubbing scene?
Yes.
The whole like frustrated kind of, you know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
So I need that kind of a moment right now, because I had completely forgotten about this TMR mixing silo. I leased out the TMR mixer right over there.
Oh, the one I told you about?
Well, no. So this one here, I ended up installing this one because of the kind of style that it had. But no, I did download the one that you were telling me about, the one that was super super fast. but I ended up getting this mixer here, completely forgetting that I had the silo, the production point for it. Completely forgot. So yeah, I'm one of those silly moment kind of thing. So we're just gonna dump the silage. We're gonna get rid of this silly little mixer because we don't need it. But I am gonna take all the silage out of here and dump it in.
Dude, I told my boss today, I'm like, I'm done. And she goes, what, are you quitting? I'm like, no, I'm not quitting. I'm just done with these stupid customers. I'm like, I swear, a bag of rocks are smarter than half these people. And then she starts laughing. She goes, why? I'm like, why don't you go up there and find out? You'll find out in 2 seconds. She walked up there, and then she turned around to me, and I'm like, told you. It's because of the fact that someone literally kept asking, hi, do you take cash? Because I don't, or do these things take cash? When there's literally a sign that's sitting right there. It's as big as 3 of my hands put together, sitting right in front of the kiosk that says, cash not accepted, card only.
Oh, jeez.
I'm done. And then I literally had someone ask me, hi, do you serve chicken?
Oh, you broke up there. What'd you say? What was that last bit?
I had someone literally ask me, hi, do you serve chicken here? I just looked up at the menu, looked back at him, and I looked at Amber, it's a coworker of mine, and she's just standing there like in disbelief that he asked that question.
Oh my goodness.
And I turned right to him, I'm like, sir, I'm typically a very nice guy. I'm very relaxed, very chill. Did you leave your brain at home or your eyeballs?
Little from column A, a little from column B.
Yeah. He asked why. I'm like, look above my head. What do you see on the second screen? He goes, I see burger. Oh, chicken! I'm done. I turned to Heather. I'm like, you're taking care of this person. I can't right now. I need a minute, please.
Yep.
I'm like, common sense is no longer a thing in this.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. Common sense is no longer common nowadays.
Exactly. I'm like,
what it boils down to, I think, with a lot of people, is that they're so used to being spoon-fed information because of smartphones, because of the internet. You know, things are just a point and a click away. You know, so they're not used to having to do like all this work or whatever extension of work is needed in order to get a simple question answered. They're just expecting for a thing or a person to do it for them.
Or how about COVID? Because when COVID hit, it was a constant, here you go, here you go, here you go.
Yeah.
Like basically, you beg for it, you got it.
Yeah, yeah.
Like I was working at Reddit during COVID. Literally, people got what they wanted. People got it. People came in, got their shirts that they wanted because we didn't want to.
Yeah, that's it. I mean,
like, and now this world's just filled with entitled people, and it's like, are you serious, man?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I said, it's maybe because I'm old school, maybe because it's one of those, like, I've never been afraid to work hard for what I have, or to sit there and try and, you know, look for the answer, or whatever the case may be, whatever it is. Like, it's incumbent upon me to make sure that what it is that I have is what I have, kind of thing. I don't expect somebody else to kind of do things for me, or to take care of me, or whatever. And yeah, I don't get it. I never understood it. But I mean, one of those that just makes me thankful for, having the kind of, work that I do is I'm able to kind of disconnect myself from others, kind of thing.
Right.
Because the last job I had where it was like customer facing was probably back when I was 20, 21 maybe. And that's when I had probably one of the worst experiences I ever had when working in customer service. Is I was working for a Target, and that's not when I stopped working in customer service or that kind of a field, but that was like the start of the end kind of thing. And I was a cashier at a Target, and right. I'm sitting there, at lane number 9. I'm 40 years old. I haven't worked there since I was like 18, 19 years old, but I will always remember this story, and I will always remember it was lane number 9. Now, at lane number 9, there was a pillar in the middle of the aisle, or in the middle of the checkout lane, that was like a support pillar. It held up the roof to the building. And right. I think I've told this story on stream before, but I'll go ahead and finish it because I already started it. And it was only wide enough for a cart to get through on one side of the aisle, the one closest to the belt. And if you try to get in a cart through the other side, you weren't even getting the cart through the other side, let alone anything else that was wider than the cart. Well, there was a really bad habit of young parents back in those days, because Target was special for some reason, and they were one of the few stores in my area that would have their own kind of cart style. It was all like the plastic carts and all that stuff back in those days, to where most places had, like, especially like grocery stores, Walmarts, all that, they had the metal ones. And in those days, parents had the detachable car seats, but they would fit perfectly in those metal framed grocery baskets, the grocery carts, to where they could just latch them in place. Well, at Target, because of the plastic framing and all that stuff, it was too thick for those same car seats to fit in there. So what parents would do is they would have their parents kind of go in there and turn the kids sideways and just sit them in the seat basket, but they were sideways and they were not secure, kind of thing. Well, like I was saying before, being a cashier in aisle number 9 and only having one side of the aisle wide enough for a cart to fit through, and just the cart only, a lady came through with her kid that was sideways in the cart, which now makes the kid wider than the cart. Now we're talking an infant, maybe even a newborn. There's a baby kind of thing. And this and this woman came, walking through the aisle trying to get through, and she clips the cart, the car seat on the pillar, and the baby comes rolling out of the car seat, and she catches the baby. Thankfully, she caught the car seat and the baby. Now the baby, after being jostled like this, is crying and upset and all that stuff, and rightfully so. But one of those where the woman then turns and looks at me, and she's like, how could you put something like that, like right there? I forget exactly how she worded it. And she was just, she was upset, and she was mad, and she was just basically screaming at me. And at this point, I was basically at my wit's end when it came to this job. I was pretty much done with it. So it was one of those, like, ma'am, I do apologize, but when I designed the pillar, or when I designed this store, that pillar wasn't there. But the engineers, they overruled me. And at this point, because she was making such a ruckus, my boss had walked over and heard me say this to her. And he taps me on the shoulder. He's like, go meet me in the office right now, kind of thing. I'm like, oh, great. I'm going to be fired and all this stuff. That was what I was expecting. So I turn off my light, and, he checks her out and all this stuff, and he's apologizing, the whole 9 yards. And he comes back in the office and he's like, look, what you said was absolutely hilarious and something I wish I could say. You can never say something like that ever again. Consider this your warning, but that is it. This is your last shot, kind of thing. I was like, darn it. Now it sounds like I have a challenge.
It makes me laugh because one time I've been by 4 times already by my second boss I work with, and I literally told Cheryl, I'm like, listen, you don't like what you gotta say, just ignore me. You know why? Because I'm gonna tell you how it is. Suppose that if you want to be one of those dumb people, I'm gonna let you know. No. And I don't want to say the full word out here because it's a swear word. But and she goes, listen, you don't have to be a smart aleck. She said, smart. I'm like, yes, I do. Because I'm getting tired of people being so dumb now these days. It's ridiculous. Everyone's entitled.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you could ask someone, what's 2 + 2? Huh? And she started laughing. She goes, I know, but you can't, because there was one comment that I made that everyone thought it was hilarious, so did my boss, but she's like, you can't say that.
Oh, and that's the hard part for me nowadays, especially, one, it's my age, but 2 is just how I was raised. I can't stand when stupid things happen. So it just gets to under my skin really quick.
My dad too. That's actually where I came smart. That smart comment from people. Because the one comment that I made, the last comment I made, that I got yelled at for, I had a customer literally ask me, where does the card go over here on the kiosk? I can't find it. I literally just like face palmed like my hand into my face, and she was like, "What? Did I say something wrong?" I'm like, "Ma'am, I don't want to seem like that kind of person to you, but look at the screen that looks slightly to the right." Okay, why? Oh, there it is. There it is.
Like it was camouflaged. It was hiding on you the whole time. It only appeared when I came over.
Her husband literally and said, "For the love of," and then walked away, and I'm like, that's exactly how I. I'm like, come on, man.
Oh,
I'm like,
goodness.
Really? And then Heather came out. She goes, "Hey, sure, I want to see you in the back." I'm like, I walk right there. I'm like, let me guess. I'm gonna get yelled at, or I'm gonna get talked to because of what I said. And she goes, "Yes. You can't say that to the customer." I'm like, I just did. I'm like, you expect me to be nice to stupid people? Like, come on, like. And then as soon as I got right back up front again, I literally had it. Okay, I can understand like old people, like really old people, not know how. I had an old lady walk up and try to use the kiosk. She tried for 15 minutes. No, she tried it, and she goes, "Excuse me, sir, I can't figure this out." I'm like, "Ma'am, I'll take you over here and register." This old guy is standing there and goes, "Really? I just asked you, you told me to use the kiosk."
Oh my God.
And I was like, "Yeah, you know what the difference is? She tried, you didn't."
Yeah.
I'm like, "Are you paying by card or by cash?" And the guy goes, "Well, by card." I look at her, I'm like, "Are you paying by card or you paying by cash?" "Well, I can pay by either or." I'm like, "I'll pay by cash." I was like, Pay by cash. Say she's paying by cash. You see that? I'm like,
Oh,
and
no.
the guy looks at me. He goes, "Why are you being so mean?" And then before I can finish my sentence, my other boss, Andrea, was like, "Because sir, pretty soon, and I'm stealing this right out of Will's mouth. Pretty soon, the kiosk is the only thing that's going to be, and the only way you're going to be able to use the register is if you're paying by cash or you." Because
Yeah.
that's the direction that they're going right now, and it is the direction that Apple Green's going right now, right? And and then the one guy's like, "Well, that's so stupid," blah blah blah. I'm like, "Really? So stupid, huh? Wow." So let me guess. Why don't you go back and tell me how your T-Rex? And the guy was like, "I beg your pardon." I'm like, "Wow, he didn't even get that. Am I just that young, or is he that old?"
Oh, no.
and then Cheryl walks up and she goes, "You can't say that." And I'm like, "I just did." Like,
Not only did I say it, you watched me say it.
And then Andrea's like, "Cheryl, it's fine." She goes, "No, it's not. It is not fine." And so Cheryl's like the GM, and then Andrea is like the manager supervisor person, and Andrea's defending me 100%. And she looks at me. She goes, "Listen, stop being a wise person." All right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, "Why?" And she's like, "Because it's not being professional." I'm like you were earlier? You literally yelled at a guy for literally asking just like a simple question. "Do you have any cookies left?" And do you know what you said? And she goes, "Enlighten me. What you said word for word is, does it look like there's any?"
Oh, no.
And she goes, "Watch yourself." I'm like, "No, I won't. Thank you very much. Thanks for playing."
I've got a cousin of mine, and he's very much a wise guy, like a big time wise guy. And he's got a saying that whenever somebody's like, "Why are you being a smart?" And he's like, "Well, it's better to be a smart than a dumb." Kind of thing. It's his typical retort whenever it comes to that specific question. It's like, "Why are you being such a smart?"
Right. Oh, and then like the manager of the whole like Apple Green where I work, he gave me a look like, "Really?" Because those are the fact that I really had someone come up, grab 2 cookies and we're feeling them, and he really asked me, "Excuse me, are these fresh, or did you pull them out of the freezer and just throw them up because they feel kind of hard?" And I'm like, "Those are baked this morning." I'm like, "Do you really think they're going to be soft? They've been sitting there for like 6 hours." And I look up and I see Dave like, "Really?" and the guy's like, "Well, I want fresh cookies." I'm like, "Well, we're not baking any more cookies. That's these are gone." So, and the guy's like, "Well, I want fresh cookies. What happened to customers always right?" I'm like, "Customers always right, huh? Not in my book." Cheryl came up and then she goes, "Excuse me, sir. Is something I can help you with?" He goes, "Yeah." She goes, "Not till these are gone." He goes, "What is wrong with you people?" I'm like, "What's wrong with you?" I'm like, "Dude, you're on the thruway. You're not like in a city. You're on the thruway. This BK is different. It's owned by Apple Green. It's not owned by the other BKs."
Yeah.
And he goes, "Oh, well, I mean, that kind of makes sense." And then Cheryl's like, "What is that supposed to mean?" I'm like, "Really? You had to ask that."
Oh, man.
She looked at me. She goes, Mm, I'm like, what? Yeah, I'm like, I can't do it. Like,
Oh,
I love my job.
So I just looked over the chat. Jaden Farms, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic night so far. Says, what are you working on? Right now, I am working on getting as much product into this TMR mixer as possible. Silly me, completely forgot that I installed this in the last stream and then just went out and leased out a TMR mixer. Speaking of which, that would be a good thing to go ahead and just get rid of it now. Boop.
All right.
There we go. But yeah, we're working on getting some cows here on the farm. We've got a whole bunch of room for cows, and now we have a way to produce some food. So might as well take advantage of it. Get some more heartbeats here on the farm. So that is what I'm working on here at the moment. Let's see. Let's go ahead and 43,000 liters. I feel like I should have gotten a bigger scoop.
Like your scoop. Scoop.
Oh man, I tell you what, it's one of those where I like I mentioned earlier, I absolutely love this game. I love how relaxing it is, how kind of, you know, it's just procedural is basically what it boils down to. You know, unlike, you know, any other game that I've played, it's typically, you know, to a point or to a purpose where you've got to, you know, beat the clock, or you got to do this, you got to do that. Like, there's so many different things that you have to do. You got to compete, kind of thing. But this is the first one where, like, you're basically just kind of competing against yourself and procedure. That's basically what it all boils down to. So doing these kind of jobs where it's just kind of rinse, lather, repeat, rinse, lather, repeat, it's one of those where, yeah, it's fine, you know, it's not a huge deal, but man, does it get old really quick. Especially when you know that there's other equipment out there, like a 10,000 liter bucket for a wheel loader. It's like, man, I would have gotten this done in 4 scoops. But no, now, you know, it's like 20 or however many.
It's actually funny you say that, because Bree was watching me. It was 2 weeks ago, I think, about 2 weeks ago, because I'm scooping silage out of a bunker, which is empty. But she asked me. She goes, don't you have a conveyor belt or something that will steer? I'm like, why? I mean, I like doing it realistically. This is what farmers do. They don't. You never see a farmer stick a conveyor belt inside of a bunker silo.
Yeah.
And she goes, well, I'm like, well, what? I'm playing realistically. So, and she's like, okay. She's like, how many more scoops you got left? I'm like, probably about 8 more. She goes, oh, geez, I would have given up by now. I'm like, well, she would have.
Well, see, and that's the kind of the cool thing about this game too, is it's one of those where, yeah, you can play the realistic way like you're talking about there, but you can also sit there and try and come up with other means that are still within that realm of realism that is going to make the job that much faster, that much easier, kind of thing. So it's one of those, like, depending on your play style, depending on how you do things, really kind of allows you to, you know, kind of figure
play
out
the way you want.
Yeah, well, yeah, play the way you want, but can, you know, you can play to the you know, to the strength of whatever it is, however it is that you're playing, you know, if that makes sense. Because you're
right.
Like I said, you could sit there and, you know, eventually buy yourself a wheel loader and do 10,000 liters, like what I was saying earlier. Or you can sit there and just be content with, you know, 3,000 liter buckets. Yeah, got to do, you know, 20 different back and forths. But at the end of the day, I'm going to be able to get it done, and it's not going to cost me anything. It's not going to cost, you know, $400,000 for the wheel loader, 10,000 or however much $1,000 for the bucket. I mean, you know, It's all depending on what you can afford, what you can tolerate, and what you can get away with.
Right. Yeah. I've been trying to get Bree to play this game for a long time, but she's just not into it, which is understandable. I mean, not everyone, but she's not really a big game. But she baked 80 cookies.
I tell you what, though, it's one of those. So I can kind of see it from her and your perspective, like both of you. Like the cookies, at least at the end of it, like she has like something tangible, something like that she can put her hands on and enjoy herself if she so chooses. To where in the game here, it's just kind of, you know, a cathartic act. You get to kind of just sit there and do something that's, you know, to your liking. But at the end of the day, there's the only thing that we have to show for it is still within the game. You know, it's not something that we can grab or hold or whatnot. We can point to and say, "Look what I did," kind of thing.
Right.
You know, which is how I you know, explained it to my wife numerous times. Like, you know, she's like, "What do you find so enjoyable about this game? And, you know, what is it about this?" Because it wasn't about FS19 when I really kind of, you know, started playing this exclusively. You know, and she's like, "What is it about this game that you can just sit there and just do and do and do?" And it's like, well, honestly, it's just the fact that, like I said earlier, it's not a competition. I'm not sitting there having to get all worked up or upset if something goes wrong. You know, and things can still go wrong. I can still screw up, or I can still, you know, break something or whatever. That's certainly within the cards and the realm of possibility. But it's not like the objective. Like, that's just something that just didn't go necessarily according to plan, rather than, you know, I just screwed up, or I didn't do the game right, kind of thing.
Right.
You know,
Exactly.
and it's something that's more of a oddball occasion rather than, you know, an everyday kind of occurrence. And she's like, okay. She's like, well, what about the game itself that makes it so enjoyable to you? And it's like, well, like I said, one, it's the kind of relaxing nature of it, the kind of slow, methodical pace. That's really nice because, again, it's not a competition. It's not something I got to sit there and get all worked up about. But what also I enjoy about it is that at the end of the day, I can show what I've done. What did I achieve, you know, at the end of the day? Like right now, you know, we did the 2 contracts at the beginning of the stream, but now I'm working on getting cows. And at the end of this stream, my plan is to be able to point to the cows and be like, you know what? We did that. We built up all the resources up until this point to be able to get cows. You know, not like buy all the stuff, not just instantly kind of, you know, slap it in there. It's that did everything that was necessary in order to, you know, get this as a final result. And that's why I told her, it's like, this is what I find the most satisfying, is that I can point to something at any given point in time and be like, you know, this is, you know, something that I achieved. This is something I built. This is me, kind of thing.
Right.
And,
you know, and I get that asked a lot too. Honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you. I get that. It's like, well, what kind of games do you play? Like, I play Call of Duty. I play mainly farming. I play like farming simulator. I'm like, dude, when I stream farming simulator, I get the most on that than anything else. Like, it's relaxing. If I have a rough day at work, because if you have a rough day and you go home and you play Call, it's like you're basically letting your emotions get out in an angry way. See, I go home, I play Farm Sim. It helps me clear my head. Simple as that. Like I love playing the game. Like, I mean, if I have like almost 80 subscribers on my YouTube channel, right? And if at all, if Giants are like, yo, do you want to be a partner? What I'd be like, I wouldn't have. Yes, you know, just right off the bat. Like, Farm Sim is like one of my favorite games ever. That's why I was so pumped. Like, dude, as soon as they announced FF, how far I jumped off
Well, yeah, and that's it. I mean, the like I said, I was mentioning it earlier, but being a part of a game where it really feels like the manufacturer of the game is really out to produce something that is the best experience, the best kind of gameplay, is really refreshing. You know, because like I said, I'm used to the EA model. I'm used to,
Yeah.
oh, this is the game, this is what you can expect, and you're gonna spend $70 for, you know, a new roster, kind of thing,
Right.
and maybe one or two things that we're going to say is brand new but has really existed in previous titles in years past. We just hope that you're
Right.
too silly, ignorant, or new to know that those things have existed in the past, but we're going to say it's all new, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I'm used to being a part of a you know, not a community per se, but a part of, you know, a organization that doesn't care about their game experience, doesn't really care about their customers per se. They just want the money, you know. And here's the thing: is Giants wants the money, but they want to also give you something for said money, kind of thing. It's not just, you know, give us your money and you know, take it or leave it, kind of thing. You know, they are a significantly smaller creator than EA Sports, so they have to, you know, push the boundaries. They have to come out and be like, okay, this, what can we do to really kind of, not only to recapture the audience that we've had in years past, but what can we do to also fold in new players into the mix to make the community bigger and stronger, kind of thing.
Right.
So it's one of those, like, because of what Farming Simulator is, because of the kind of nicheness that is, you know, the game itself, you know, they know that they can't just, you know, do a reskin. That's why when I heard, you know, what was it, Farmer Cop, you know, addressing people saying, oh, you know, this isn't just a reskin, this isn't just a reskin, like, that kind of thought would have never come to mind for me, because it's one of those, like, Giants isn't big enough to be able to get away with something like that. If they were to do something like that, they would be absolutely crushed, kind of thing.
Oh yeah.
Because all it would take is a one-time kind of approach for them to do that. For them to just be like, you know what, we're just going to take advantage of all of our loyal fans. We're just going to reskin. We're going to throw on maybe one or two small things, and it's not going to be a big deal. It would just take one time for them to do that. For a lot of the people to be like, you know what, I'm just going to play the previous game. You know what, I'm not going to buy the new one, or I'm just going to completely disengage altogether.
Right.
So it's one of those, like, they don't always have to bring their A game like what they did this year, but they certainly can't just redo the same game.
Right. And is this? It bothers me to the biggest point that a lot of people are like, it was just a, you know, and as soon as like the trailer like ended and that said that pops up saying for PS5, PC, and Mac only, no old gen. The amount of hate that went towards that was ridiculous. Now I understand generation. I get it, you know. But on the other hand, it doesn't mean hate towards Giant because they're moving, you know, old gens in the past. Simple.
So I don't know what's going on, but every couple of words you're starting to cut out now. Not quite sure what's up.
Weird.
Like before it was happening, but it was almost like peaking almost. You know what I mean? Like it would just kind of peak out and whatnot. So wasn't as noticeable. But now it seems to be kind of cutting in and out, kind of more regularly.
No, that's weird. But I can hear you just fine.
Huh. Yeah, that's no idea what's going on. But yeah, I mean, it's one of those. Like I said, I can see it from both perspectives in that regard, because I've been on the flip side of that coin. You know, it's one of those. I haven't had the latest generation consoles, and knowing that, hey, you know, your time is limited to this kind of advancement. You know, it's a bitter pill to swallow. So I completely understand, you know, people being upset, but it's also a very natural part of, you know, the whole planned obsolescence kind of thing. That's the kind of model that we exist in. It's been going on for probably decades, if not longer, you know, kind of thing. It's just the whole planned obsolescence. And, you know, it's just one of those, we just gotta roll with it. You know, it's unfortunately it's made all the more harder when it comes to like the economy and all that stuff, and you know the dollar doesn't certainly go anywhere near as far as it used to. So the thought of you know having to spend $500 on a new console so you can play the latest version of Farm Sim, you know, again, even bigger pill, even harder pill to swallow, kind of thing.
Right.
PS4 Farmer, hey, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic night so far. Says hello. Like I said, hope you're having a fantastic night.
Yo, PS4. Hey, okay, so I'm gonna highly assume you.
Let's see. So, got what, 2 more scoops? Yeah, 2 more scoops. Wait, what? How did I go from 1,000 liters of silage to 3,900 liters? How did that just happen?
That's such a good question. I couldn't even answer that. Farming sim.
You're the farming sim encyclopedia, so
yeah.
You're supposed to have all the answers.
I'm sorry, I don't know all the answers. No, dude, I've never experienced. That's why I say I have no idea.
No, I mean, like I said, it was just saying like 1,000 and X change in the bunk there, and then when I undid the scoop, it just kind of like bloop, kind of was out of the bunk, and it's like, well, that's really weird. You know, and then all of a sudden it's up to almost 4,000 liters, so I'm gonna have to do now 2 more trips. So I wonder if maybe because I didn't put on a leveler on this bucket, which honestly is my favorite way of one of my favorite aspects of the CSZ pack, is that it doesn't come with it doesn't come with the option of leveling. So, you know, it's not going to sit there and just keep pushing the product all over the place.
Right.
Okay. I know for a fact that it said like 3,900 liters still in the silo. Now I have 2,800 liters, but it's now saying 0.
It's a glitch. Oh, you know what?
Oh no.
I think. Why? What's it saying?
Wait, what? Why is
This
it?
action cannot be performed here. I think I know what the problem is, actually.
Well, part of it is I had my my shovel open.
Well, because you have to think about it. Sometimes bunker silos don't have collisions on the wall.
Oh.
So that I have experienced, but for some odd reason it always seems like grab it every time. I think that's probably what.
Yeah, that would make sense.
It's probably in the wall.
Yeah. Yep.
It's magic.
You gotta love the wizardry that can occur in this game. Like David
so
Copperfield stuff.
I'm just thankful, like the physics like the palette that they picked up base game, where like I like to say show and tell. For the preview, um, of like that rice of the rice saplings.
Oh yeah.
Picked it up with no issue, no glitches, no. So you did that in FS22. Your fork should go through the palette. Picked it up with no problem. I'm like, finally. Oh, that's it's one of the reasons why I don't aim the U. I simply get FS25. Now they did say over 400 pieces of machinery, 100 grand.
Yeah, that's nuts.
Now, for that year one season pass, they had some very interesting pictures and choice for words, I guess, of describing what the DLCs are. That's what shocked me most. Because the first and third one, I have no idea. Of course, the expansion is the expansion. But the second one is definitely an American. I do know that Giants did state though that they are adding that are trying to add more. So
yeah, for some reason the call keeps messing up. Do you wanna drop back out and reconnect? Because for some reason it's like I said, it's just not sustaining the call. Like I'm catching every couple of words that you're saying.
oh, we are supposed to be getting a storm, and I don't know if it started yet or not.
But here, let me drop the call and I'll call you right back.
All right.
All right. All right, so we are just working around the farm here, trying to get a trying to get a whole bunch of stuff done because we want cows. And
How's that?
Okay, I can hear you now. Nice.
Right.
But yeah, so we're working around what the? Oh, it's the dog. the wandering dog, just out in the middle of the field.
What's going on over here?
But working around the farm, trying to get all sorts of stuff all taken care of. We're borrowing this telehandler from the shop here so we can get all the bales and stuff. But we're making TMR because now it is time to get cows. It is that time. I am so pumped. I'm so excited. But what I also need to remember is I need to make sure that I pay attention to what building is which number, because each building is numbered and it will correspond to a certain slurry pit, to a certain I think all the manure heaps are connected with the one giant manure heap on this map. But yeah, I want to start out with, I think it's number 2. I think it's number 2. I want to start out with that barn and kind of utilize that one fully before I move on to barn number 3. But my intention with this series is to get the maximum amount of cows, maximum amount of pigs, all that stuff. I want to be able to max everything out. So it's just gonna take some time. It's not gonna be no 6,700 cows like Will's, but maybe a few hundred. No, 6,700, although could be certainly interesting. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that that would turn into my entire channel content. Would be nothing but Carpathian Countryside and 6,700 cows, trying to figure out a way to take care of them all.
Yeah, and the sad part is that I had to dumb, because I did the math, and I'm not even kidding you. the bunker cells I had up there. So I had to place down some more.
Oh, wow.
Well, because those was it you showing them of like the other bunker down?
Man, I don't know what is going on, but like I said, you're cutting in and out really, really badly. But that really stinks.
I have no idea, man.
Yeah, it's just cutting out like every couple of words. It's just catching a few things and then dropping out again. Oh, I can take all the individual components out. Well, that's cool. That's good to know.
That's weird. How's it right now?
Right now it's all right.
Well, so what I said though is that.
Oh, there you go again.
It's probably my internet up.
Yeah, like I said, it's just cutting in and out. But we're actually going to be probably wrapping it up here before too much longer. Like I said, we're going to be getting cows and getting all this stuff kind of taken care of. What number is this one? Is this 2? Where is the number? Oh, no, 1. Okay, so we want this one.
One.
There we go. Now, how many cows will fit in here? I don't remember. Is this the 100?
300, I think.
300 in this one? Wait,
I believe.
Oh, here it is. Okay. 200.
It's going to be on the side of the building.
Oh. Let's get some Holsteins. Oof, I don't have that much money. 127,000. Ah, wrong button.
Yeah.
Maybe like, oh, maybe like 20 to start. Be a good strong start, I think. There. Yeah, but this is, I think this is a shared manure heap right here. I think it shares amongst all the pens on this farm.
See, there's one thing I really hope that they bring into FS 25.
What's that?
And that's you have to muck the animals out here.
Yes, I hate that they did away with that in 22. That was one of the coolest things I liked about FS19 that we don't get anymore. But I mean, fingers crossed.
Right.
Let's see, how is this looking?
Yeah, if it cuts in and out, it's probably just. Oh.
We got slow-mo cows. Hey, hey, hey! No merging. This isn't the Matrix.
Watch me.
All right, here we go. All right, now we need... Oh, no! No! Wait. Ooh. Just dawned on me. This is a bale trailer, too. Cool. It just dawned on me that the cows need straw in order to make manure. And just dawned on me, I took the pallet fork, or the telehandler back, and don't have pallet forks anymore. So, customize, auto load. Close enough.
Close enough.
Well, one of those, like, at this point, I don't want to drive 15 miles an hour back to the farm just to go get the piece of equipment that I took back just a few seconds ago. So yeah, one of those that we'll just use the auto load trailer. We'll load it up and kind of go from there.
Right.
It'll be way easier. Uh, 3 bales? 3 bales. Why not? Operating position. And oh wait, what? What? Oh, it's on Pro. I always forget to look at those. Like, it's like, why isn't this loading? It's supposed to be an auto load trailer. And then it takes me a few seconds to realize, oh, it has a Pro and Easy mode. Duh. I can't tell you the number of times that's burned me.
Oh man.
So many times. It's like, what's going on? Why won't it load? Oh, that's why. Alright, so I think... Oops.
Yeah, I still got what's it, like another month or two in game until it's chaff season.
Oh, wow. And you play on... Wait, what? Oh, it took it from the trailer. Okay, cool. And you play on like 28 day seasons and all that, right?
On real time, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, the cows can get down that tunnel. Wait, is this, uh-oh. Wrong button.
Pressing the wrong buttons.
Looks like... No, water is taken care of. Sweet! We got cows. We've got cows. And it's November, which means that there's really not going to be much in the ways of contracts in December. So I think that means that we can just fast forward at this point.
There you go.
So here, let's see something real quick. Let's there.
Skip time.
Oh yeah, 241 liters. Sweet. That is excellent. And we got 600 liters of slurry. So this is building number 1, right? That's what I said earlier? Yeah, building number 1.
Uh-huh.
So all the slurry is going to go into here. This is for building number 2. Or 3. This is the pigs.
Pigs.
So yeah, we're gonna need to get pigs here soon. We got to get more TMR though. Let's see. Let's get through the day. Oh my goodness. There's just... I always forget just how massive this farm is until I get on here and start wandering around, start like walking from place to place, and then realize, oh crud, like this is really big.
Oh, that farm's not as big as mine.
Well, yeah, no, but for a base game farm...
yeah.
I don't know too many farms that are as big as yours.
Dude, so someone in the FS community, I forgot, they posted, all right, time to see all your farm builds. I posted at least probably 10 on some part of my farms. I had the exact same person that that wrote the post, comment and tag me in the post saying, "Holy cow!" Literally, how many cows are you had? Are like that's a lot of bunkers. And I was like about 6,800.
Yeah.
And he was like, okay, enough said. Wait, do you have a team or just you?
Just me.
I'm like, I mean, what? Once in a blue, somebody will hop on, give me a hand, but that's
Yeah, that's nuts. I couldn't imagine. I couldn't imagine having a setup like yours there, where it's just doing all that work and just dedicating everything there is to just basically to just cows. Like that is absolutely nuts. And the fact that you have the entire map bought and paid for. I mean, that's the part that's even wilder to me.
Yeah, I got about a little bit, pretty close to 800 hours. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, that is just nuts.
Well, as soon as the update comes out, she said should be sent out here. Um, it will on my farm build on there, PlayStation, so stream it to my farm.
Yeah, and that's
What's up?
oh, I was gonna say that's what's nuts about the whole thing too is you're waiting for this update to come out. You're waiting for Celebuki to put out this update for Alma, Missouri, and that you're just, for lack of a better word, just so nonchalantly, just like meh. I'm just gonna, I want this, I want that, so I'm just gonna completely destroy me having the entire map, this massive farm, this whole like thing, and I'm just gonna redo it. Just oh, I would cry. I would absolutely freaking cry if I was, that far deep into a series or into a game, and it's like, oh, an update came out and I really, really like it. Let me go ahead and just destroy everything I've done up to this point. Just get this update. Oh, I couldn't imagine. I couldn't imagine it.
What another? See, here's the thing. On my Xbox, I'm gonna keep my save. I'm not gonna up.
Okay.
Because I know a whole lot of people want to see live. It's not just because the rock wall build live. So of course I was like, okay, fine. Oh, of course when the update comes out for the PlayStation, I did it and then build it live, build a massive farm. This time I'm gonna do cattle, but I'm gonna have one pig barn and chicken barn. And then everything else is going to be cows.
Jeez. That's still nuts. That's still nuts.
So, that's, no, it's, I feel like that's going to be like a 4 or 5 hour stream.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's not going to be short whatsoever. Holy smokes. That's
literally
that's a lot of manure.
The the only thing I'm gonna have on, because I know that you stated that you were gonna the only thing I'm gonna have is just placeable. I'm not gonna have any vehicle. I mean, the only vehicle I'm gonna have on, or the tracks. The only reason is the trees. But it's gonna be a very interesting build. I got a whole different design in my head. How the farm.
That's nuts. That's oh man. I mean, but hey, good on you, because I mean it's one of those. It's gonna make it fresh again, Like, cause I don't know if you experience the same thing, but eventually I get fatigued with the farms that I make. Like eventually I was just like, okay, I need to move on. That's kind of the other reason why I stream and do this kind of stuff. It gives me that opportunity to kind of play into what it is that kind of comes more naturally to me, is, outside of having the like long-term sustained farm. It's just I don't want to say bored, but just I want to move on to something else kind of thing, and that whole kind of building it experience, not so much the maintaining, but the building it is what really interests me. Well, one of those where the streaming kind of helps, insatiate that. I did.
Right.
Okay.
No, I mean.
Oh, there's
there's
a door.
I mean, I mean, I could play a map, and play on this map forever. Like, I will continue to have this, um, and it's always the one I'll always come back to. PlayStation. No, I, my biggest concern is because when you go to 19 to 22, I never went back to 19. I mean, I still tried to go back a couple times, play on loan, that, but you hop in and you're like, what is it? Like, it's just not as back. I feel like that's gonna be the same way for 20.
Yeah, I have a real hard time going backwards with any game, not just for Farming Simulator, just any game in general. Is that even like the old like retro games and stuff like that? Like if I'm wanting that kind of nostalgia feel, I have a real hard time of just being like, you know what? Let me go get that, Nintendo, whatever it was called. I forget what it was called. It was basically the throwback, and let me go get this and let me go enjoy like some old Mega Man or some old whatever, kind of thing. It's like I look. Why is this not? There we go. I look at it and it's like, man, these graphics are just little pixels. Oh my goodness, this is what I thought was fun in back in the day, kind of thing. And then I come back on and it's like, oh, I can't do that again. So it's, I don't know. I never had that kind of real draw of going backwards in the whole kind of, landscape of whether it's Farming Simulator or just gaming in general. Like it's happens so rarely. There was one time I can think of here in the kind of recent past, where I was like, you know what, I want to play a game because I haven't played it in years, and it was the old Nintendo game Blades of Steel. And one of those that I popped it on for maybe 10 minutes. I'm like, yeah, I'm done with this. Like, it just
There was
filled that kind of need, or filled that whatever it was I was kind of itching for, and then I was just done.
see, what was it like? I was digging to play. So I ended up hooking up the good old Nintendo 64, and I turned it on, and then Bree played that with me. We played that for a good hour and a half. That is like the one console I can go back to, like an older gen wise. This is Nintendo 64. I had so many memories on that thing. It was.
Oh yeah, the N64 was a fantastic console. Absolutely. Especially like games like GoldenEye and Mario 64, things like that. Like, yeah, they had some fantastic games on there. But even still, like, it's so rare that I could be like, you know what, let me pick up, GoldenEye and go, truck around on that for, an hour or two. Like, yeah, it's so rare that I can even, get my head around wanting to do that.
Right.
All right, well, let's see. We got cows here on the farm. I am super stoked about this. We got chickens, we got cows, we got manure being made, we got slurry. Whew, boy. I mean, yeah, this is, whoops, what happened here? There we go. That's what I was wanting to do, is get rid of that little, looking good. I am really happy about that. But, I think it's getting to be about time to start wrapping things up. So, Will, you want to give yourself one more shout out? Let people know where they can find you?
Yeah. So again, Multi Gaming. And my Facebook page is Gaming. Like I said, I post everything on there. All new mods, all new updates, testing this, any news from modders, the Giants themselves. You can also find me right out here on YouTube, Gaming. And you can find me on Twitch at Steininator24.
So I'm going to repeat some of that just in case people didn't hear it, because on my end it kind of came through kind of choppy. So Will T Gaming joined us here for the stream tonight. Will, thank you very much for hopping on and hanging out with us tonight. Greatly appreciate it. You can find him Will T Gaming here on YouTube. You can also find him at Twitch at Steininator 84?
24.
24. I was close. I was close. Steininator24 on Twitch. You can also find him on Facebook at Will T Gaming, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Will T Gaming, where he posts all sorts of descriptions and mod updates and, new mods, new things coming down the pipe, all that kind of stuff, all sorts of different kind of content from him. Absolutely give him a follow, give him a look-see, because he is, like I mentioned earlier, an encyclopedia of farming simulator knowledge. He is definitely somebody to know, to be able to answer any kind of questions you got there. So definitely give him a follow on one of his channels or on his socials, because it's worth the follow. But Will, like I said, thank you so very, very much. I'm going to quickly go through all the super chats and whatnot from everybody, because very, very kind of everyone today who donated. Felipa, thank you so much for the $1 super chat. Greatly appreciate it. Will, you ended up sending a message earlier today that showed that you were a 4-month member. Congratulations on the 4 months. I love the badge, by the way. Looking very sharp. Ken said in a 4-month post, how time flies when you're having fun. Absolutely, Ken. Again, thank you for being a member, tier 2 member. Greatly, greatly appreciate it. Ken also sent $2 from the New Zealand dollar there. I'm not sure if it's a New Zealand dollar, but it's something for New Zealand, whatever they call it. $2 for a super chat. Thank you, Ken. Greatly, greatly appreciate it. And then Jonah also sent a $2 super chat. Said, sing us a song, Will. Unfortunately, Will, you did not give us that song, but we'll let you off the hook, seeing this is the first stream that we're doing. So one of those one of those that we will let you off the hook this one time. And then Jonah also gifted a membership to the channel there, a tier 1 membership. So Jonah, again, thank you so very, very much. Greatly appreciate it. I want to thank everybody who stopped by tonight, hung out with us here tonight. I had an absolute blast. I had so much fun sitting here chatting with Will, talking about Farming Simulator 22. Like I also mentioned earlier, be on the lookout for membership tier level 3, where we will continue to do things like this, where we'll have people come on to streams every once in a while, and we will go ahead and kind of discuss things that we want to talk about things that the chat's wanting to chat about, and do what we've been doing. Like I said, I had an absolute blast, Will. Thank you again so very much. I hope everybody enjoyed it. If you did, please show him by liking, sharing, subscribing, following, commenting, doing all the things the algorithms enjoy you doing, that shows you're engaged with this channel, enjoying the content. And that being said, hope everybody has a fantastic day. Y'all take care.